everything has been done. So, welcome everybody to our first session. Curse of Strahd. You can't see it very well. It's Curse of Strahd. We open on a warm summer's evening with Undar walking his way towards a large mansion. There's light spilling from the open doorway, sounds of dinner, but a more air than just your average meal. And you can hear the familiar but almost forgotten voices of your brothers who you have seen are shouting and having a good time from inside, approaching the manor of your family that you have not been to for a long while as you have been out on your travels, but you recently received word that it is the great Alistare reunion tonight. So you've returned from your travels to your family manor. As you walk up the cobblestone pathway to the doors and you walk in, there's a giant roaring fire and a massive table with your family, the direct family members that are your brothers and parents. There are some extended family members I haven't seen in years, all gathered in this place for a mighty feast. With that, I turn it over to you, Undar, as you walk through the doors, ready to greet your family for the first time in a long time.
Greetings, brothers. Good to see you all again.
Undar, good to see you.
You've all grown.
Undar, Gorwell, would you mind describing yourselves physically as you walk up to each other for the mighty reunion?
Undar is a very large man, even for a dwarf, standing at 5'2", hulking with muscle, and most obviously adorned with with about 10 amulets hanging off of a large wooden spiked stick hanging off of his back. He's got a big old like sort of brown, almost reddish beard that sort of goes into a shaved sides. Hair goes into a top knot. Very very dwarf-esque. Very very heavy armor. You know, the very spitting image of what a dwarf usually is.
All right. And Gorwell?
Gorwell stands almost exactly a foot shorter than Undar, being 4'3", and he is of average weight for a dwarf. So he's kind of hefty but shorter. And the one thing that kind of
when you say hefty, is it like muscle weight or is this a pudgy dwarf?
It's kind of like kind of pudgy. Like it's not necessarily muscle, but it's not necessarily fat. It's just kind of pudgy.
He's just big boned.
Yeah, big boned would be the best word. But the one thing that makes him stand out the most is that he has white, not mullet, but just kind of long hair, all white, and he is what appears to be albino. So he is very white in all his skin, wearing a nice lighter tan robe, and his eyes appear to be a nice bright blue, while he's wearing a big rice farmer's hat. That is like a very, very big wide brim.
And having seen each other for a number of years, make a greeting. Undar, you see that you are a bit late as everybody else has arrived already, sitting around the table. If the rest of you could describe yourselves, starting with you, Sigmundur.
I am fairly tall, probably about 4'10", and 210 pounds, really big dwarf. I am wearing about what looks like a weird cloak-like shirt and some pants, and on my back I have a big sword. I have reddish brown hair that just It goes about to my shoulders, and then a braided beard. It was about to my chest area.
All right. And you, Yorn?
Yorn is he's about the same height as Sigmunder. He's muscled, but not as muscled as Undar. He carries a spear and shield. The spear has engravings all along the handle and pointy end. The shield has Odin's raven, and he's clad with tattoos all along his arms, sleeves, and you would assume that it goes down through his back area of Nordic tattoos and so forth. He's got a full beard with braids on either side. And brown hair, blue eyes. Yeah, that's about it.
Finally, sitting slightly apart from the group as to not be intentionally and necessarily excluded, but it is clear he is a bit of an odd one out. The runt of the group, Azir, describe yourself.
Azir has this very striking wooden necklace of a sun right here. He wears it outside of his clothes. He's wearing sort of a ruffled yellowish t-shirt, and then black cloak, and then black boots, and then brown pants and whatnot. And he stands 3 foot tall and looks around like 45 pounds ish. He's not like fat, but he's not like, you wouldn't call him muscular, because like abs on a skinny guy are like boobs on a fat chick that just don't count. So it's like he's got that hardcore vibe going for him. And yeah, he obviously wants, he looks like he's perceiving everything and is aware of everything, not in a fearful manner, more in a cautious manner, but very much wants to be with his brothers.
Right. And then most noticeably, at the head of the table with the roaring fireplace behind him is the massive armored figure of your guys' father, Reinhardt Alistare. A thick boy of a dwarf. And he has this gunmetal gray armor and a massive battle axe resting on the table next to him. He is the dwarfiest dwarf that has ever dwarved. This dude looks like he's the son of Moradin himself, and he's drinking and laughing with the exuberant joy of seeing all of his sons in one place for the first time in a long time. And to his immediate left is even for a dwarf, somewhat small, and definitely for a dwarf, somewhat petite woman, with her short hair in a single short ponytail on the back of her head, wearing these blue and gold fine clothing, not quite robes, but like nicer than a tunic. Your mother, Moira. I totally took both of their names from a video game I don't even play.
It's okay, because some of us do. I would like to, of course, having not sat down at the table yet, walk up near the head of the table, near my father, and give a little bow and say, "Father, a pleasure to be in your presence once again."
He, having just been taking a long draft from a large tankard of the finest ale your family has, and being dwarves, that's impressive, slams the now mostly empty tankard on the table, the force of which throws what little liquid was left out of the glass. And he pushes back from the chair, and he stands up tall and in your bowed position. He is up above you, despite the fact that you are taller than your father. He looks down at you and he says, "Boy, stand the hell up and give your father a hug. It's been too long."
I, of course, stand up and go for the ceremonial interlocking of the hand to give a pat with the hug.
And he pulls you in for the tight embrace, putting his other arm around you, and he gives the good old the dad squeeze. So, Undar, it's been far too long. Go ahead, Sit down, eat, drink, regale us with your tales. It's all of you. It's a time to celebrate. The first time in almost as long as I can remember. The Alistares are all together. Let us eat. And he waits for some servants that are standing back room to bring out more food. As they do so, there's the very stereotypical two men hoisting this large pig that in real life would be far too big to exist. It is definitely of some sort of mythical eldritch natures. This large hog with a giant apple, almost the size of a watermelon, crammed into its mouth, and they bring it up to the center of the table, and it looks just amazing. It's a dwarven feast fit for kings. Despite the fact that your father is he is of noble blood, he is a lord, not a king. You guys do belong to a noble clan, but not that is technically royal.
I'd like to go take a seat at the table next to Yorn, my closest sibling in age and of bond.
All right. Other than your father, who has his own chair, the table is lined with these long benches. And you walk up and you step over and you sit down next to your brother Yorn, who has already begun eating. As most of the people at this table had, dwarven feasts are not one for pleasantries much. As soon as the food gets there, it's time to dig in. So it's already started up. And Yorn, you see as your massive dwarven brother with a large. This sounds demeaning, but it's not. A large bedazzled clubs strapped to his back. As you hear both the thud of his heavy boots, the clank of his armor, and the jingle of the holy symbols as they shh. He sits down next to you. Large thud.
I pat him on the back and give it a grab into the shoulder, and I shake him a little bit.
Undar.
Greetings. How have you been?
Long time no see.
Tell me, but what are you eating there? Can you pass me one of those? The chocolates? What's that?
Of course, and pass him.
Oh. So, you keeping everyone else here in line?
Oh, you know me.
Have you seen the other ones in a while? I left the house quite some time ago. I don't know how intact you all kept your relationships.
After you left, we went on. I left about 3 years after you did my own things. First time I've seen them in 7 years. 7-ish, right? Around there.
All right,
Sure.
7 years, almost 10, probably. I believe I left when I was 40. Seems like ages ago. I was but a child.
Old man now, huh?
Oh, yes, I've matured, seen the real world. Speaking of little man, I'm going to look down. Asia, good to see you came here. I was hoping you'd arrive.
Oh, hi, Undar. How are you doing? It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Honestly, I know it's been 10 years, but you've grown quite a bit.
Yeah, that was would have been 15. Yeah, no, it's been a time and a half for sure. What were you up to?
Oh, I appreciate you asking. At this point, I'm gonna reach around for any mead, or ale, assumedly.
You don't have to reach far. There's more flagons of ale than there are dwarves at the table. And there are servants of the house going around refilling mugs. There's one right there already sitting.
I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna Oh, is this could I have some water, please? Do we have any water? I set the mug back down.
Your father. Was that my boy?
Huh? Oh, no, I just don't want to dull the senses too early.
Come on, have a drink.
Well,
No.
You heard?
Bit of
Get him
refresh.
out some water. And one of the servants said, right, yes, and he wanders off, returning not too long after with a glass pitcher of water, and he takes a flagon and. Do you want me to just leave this?
Yes, sir. Certainly, I'll be finishing this off, no doubt.
Thank you, my lord. And he wanders off.
Fresh, yes. Sorry, it's been years since I've partaken such beverages. I'm past that. Asia, you're now of age. Have you taken a liking to the ale?
Well, of course. I'm part dwarf, of course. Why, how can you not?
No,
It's great. And I
Asia.
slosh the ale.
Asia, you're more than part dwarf. You live with us. We are the most dwarven dwarves there have ever been.
Looking around the table? Yup. That's accurate.
Now, Sigmund.
Yes, my brother.
Hello, friend. Have you been, keeping things under control?
Yes, I have. I did a little bit of an acting for a few years with a musical company, but I have returned home now.
A musical company?
Yes.
Well, is that a sort of war band, or...
Not exactly.
Well, I remember when you were young, you had a bit of a rage problem. I was just expecting a similar thing from you. Perhaps we could share some hymns on some occasion. I know quite a few.
Perhaps.
And
I did. Oh, I was a bouncer for the group too. So if anyone got rowdy, I threw them right out.
Good. Using your immense size for good nature. Gorwell.
Oh yes, brother.
I like the hat. It's very fitting.
Oh, thanks. I picked it up 4, 5 years ago now.
Right. Staying out of the sun, I assume. I know how
Yes.
red you can get.
It's never fun being red.
You recall one of your family outings as children where you left the mountainous area and traveled the plains for a few days on a camping trip of sorts, and Gorwell came back looking more lobster than dwarf. It was rough.
Yes. You remember the trip to the eastern shores, you recall?
That trip was the worst trip I've ever taken.
Oh, our father and mother will learn from that for if they ever decide to pop out yet another kid of theirs. No beaches for dwarves. We do not fit. Are you still practicing with your magicianry?
I wouldn't call it magicianry anymore. More future telling. But yes.
Well, I'm gonna look around and see if do you guys know he's a fortune teller?
Yes, he's talked about it quite a bit.
Oh, right. I apologize.
I code for he has not shut up.
Your fortune.
Yeah, tell me my fortune. How do I get this read to me?
Oh, I'm going to just say like I'm across the table from him. Just for,
Sure.
I'll take a little deck of cards, but which have all like bright red pentagrams on the back, and
boy.
no, it's no. Okay. What? This
I'm sorry. What now?
Did you say you wanted your food?
Yes. What do I do though? It seems as though my
on these cards.
computer is frozen. I'm experiencing some technical difficulties.
Is it just Avery that's the problem? Can you hear me?
Yes, partially. Avery is cutting out when he is telling me in the instructions.
Avery, try again.
Place your hand on the cards.
On the cards, right. I sort of set my hand down.
You raise your armored arm and gauntleted hand, because like any good dwarf, if you have battle armor, you dine in your battle armor, and you place it on top of the pentagram inscribed tarot cards.
As you kind of set your hands on them, you feel a little warmth and a magic aura just kind of like up into your hand. Okay, I'm going to pull the deck back. I'm just going to slide the first card off, place it on a table. Okay, now I know this looks frightening, as you can see the big words say death pointing towards you.
I do not like this.
I
would
know.
like to take this
No,
back.
No. This is actually good. It doesn't mean you're going to die, or hopefully no one dies. But this is a turning point in your future. Soon you will experience new things, and you'll begin a new chapter in life.
And that pertains to death. How?
Hey, I don't know why they have the certain words. I just know what they mean.
So you're saying there's some sort of events unfolding in my near future. Are they mysterious? Ominous in any way?
Depends on how you take them. I just know that in your near future, you will experience a new lifestyle. I'm going to grab the card back and shove it in the deck.
Well, let's hope
Shuffle
the death card didn't mean that this food is poisoned, and I'm just gonna like yank a leg off of some meaty animal and just like.
You reach forward and you grab a large chunk of you pull on the leg and rip off the bone and the meat from the rest of the pig, and it's like that really loose and rich fall off the bone sort of taste you get from like ribs, but like it's got the meaty hardiness of being thigh, and it's so good.
I've always been a thigh man myself.
Suddenly you guys see a small human man, and you know that though this manor is a dwarven one, you do employ the services of some other races, most predominantly human. And so you see this tall human man, and he's wearing your family sigil on his chest. It's a large shield, embossed with a raven mid-flight, holding a large hammer in his claws.
Oh shit, that's fucking rad.
I thought it was pretty cool. And as he rushes forward, he runs up towards the head of the table, to speak with your father, Reinhardt, and sir, if you could. And then as he whispers things, your father says, "At it again? Damn those fools! They've spent too much time here. I thought I sent men to deal with them. And I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid they were turned away. It appears that the travelers they appear to have enchanted or charmed them or something. We're not sure. They're still recovering." And fine. You know what, boys?
Yes,
You mind doing a favor for your old man?
I was about to offer, Father. Is there a problem?
Well, I don't know if you noticed them, but just on the outskirts of town, there's a band of travelers, and they've been here for almost a fortnight now, causing a ruckus. And they haven't attacked anybody. Thank Odin, no one's been hurt, but they they harass some of the farmers and demand food and wine, and they spend all night just being generally rowdy. I've sent men after them multiple times, but they always come back in a strange state. If you guys wouldn't mind checking things out, I know us Alistare men are made of sterner stuff than those guards that I've sent. So if you wouldn't mind going to investigate, just see if you can run them off and get back to me. I'd be much obliged.
Oh, I'm sure once we show up and show our muscles, they'll turn tail and run. Come on, boys.
That's my boy Undar. And the rest of you, of course, also.
Anyone who's rowdy will run as soon as they see someone strong.
Exactly. No, I'm glad we get an opportunity like this. A little change of setting is very fitting for our family. I'm going to take my very nice glass of water with me as I go.
All right.
I'm going to slam my tankard before I leave and then pound it on the table before I get up.
I'm going to rip off a leg.
I'm going to slam my...
As if to
I'm going to slam my two tankards.
Damn! Orwell?
I'm going to rip off a leg, and then as I'm standing up and walking away, like, take a nice big bite out of it.
Right,
taking the leg with me, of course.
And then before I go, I'm going to walk in front of the table where my father is at, bow low and say, "I will make you proud, father." And then I'm going to follow my brothers.
I'm sure you will, boy. You all get up, Undar taking a sip from your glass, and Bjorn in a friendly show of, "I can one-up you," followed by Sigmundur, "Well, I can one-up you," followed by Gorwell, like, "Screw this, I'm just taking food," and Azure, having a final word with your father before you head out. You all walk out of the bright, warm, inviting, great hall of this manor that you were just dining in, your homeland where you grew up. You know this town very well, and so you follow the cobblestone path forward through town, heading towards the front gates. There are a few people out and about, but it is getting late, so they seem to all be finishing up their day and heading home. And you make it to the large wooden wall that surrounds this town. As the gates are open, they're slightly ajar with a guard standing, a human guard holding a spear. He's got those helmets that they've got like the wide brim. It looks like a bowl, but with a wider brim, and they're made of metal. And he's standing. They have a name, but I can't remember what it is. And he's standing there with a single spear. "My lords, welcome home. I didn't realize you were all here."
Yes, the Alistare family is back in town. Make sure everyone knows about it. Gaze upon the town when it is in its natural colors, because tonight we will paint it red. Right, boys?
That's right.
Yes, whatever you say, Undar.
In a metaphorical sense, yes.
The guard sort of pushes open the wooden gate, which appears to be made of thick logs that have all been lashed together to form a wall. And as you guys walk out, you can see a few, they look like covered wagons, barrel-topped covered wagons, not too far out in the distance, maybe not even a quarter mile away from town. And you can see there appears to be a fire as there is low light and smoke rising. And you can hear the whoops and cheers of people being fairly rambunctious. Definitely more so than is standard in this quiet dwarven estate. These travelers definitely do not fit in, and you can tell that before you've even seen them.
No,
As soon as we walk out of the door, I'm gonna don my shield and spear.
Hold it there, Yorn. No need to turn this encounter into a deadly one. I'm sure we can tell these ne'er-do-wells to mind their own.
Spear goes back on the back. Shield stays.
Good. And I'm gonna wait for everyone else to go first. And as we walk out the gate, I wanna personally like go to shake the guard's hand, and when he grabs, I'm gonna put my hand on the other side of his hand and like shake it very thoughtfully and go, Thank you so much for guarding this great town. We will be dealing with these rabble rousers in no time.
Make a history check.
That's why I said this town and not the name of the town that I live in.
There isn't really a town. It's just known as the Alistare estate.
16.
This man looks somewhat familiar. You can't quite recall his name, but you do know that this man has been working. He's an older gentleman, and he's been working these as a guard on this estate for quite some time, and you recall him from your days before you left. You do recognize him.
Do you know my name, sir? It's been a decade since I've last returned to the Alistare estate, but
Of course, my lord, you're Undar, son of Reinhardt.
Correct. I just remember your face somewhere. Have you been guarding this town? Clarence?
Terrence.
Terrence. Yes, of course.
I understand if you've forgotten. It has indeed been many a day.
Well, Terrence, we thank you for guarding this gate, and we will deal with these boys. Do not worry.
I have utmost faith in you, my lord.
I thank you, sir. And as I'm motioning everyone through, I'm gonna give Azure like I'm sort of gonna lead him in with my hand on his back. I'm gonna go, Are you ready to ward off these ne'er-do-wells?
Yes, Undar. I'm ready to ward them off.
Right. Show him the muscles, son. And I'm gonna give him like a pat on the back. That feels like when Howard Conrad would hit you just a little too hard, and you're like, ah.
Your older brother are more imposing of you than you yourself, as he pats you on the back. Probably to do so with your others, and they're made of a bit sterner stuff than yourself. So you like sort of take that half step forward as the large meat hook of a gauntlet slams into your back of your shoulders, and you all continue towards this small circle of wagons. Before you, as you approach, you hear what appears to be singing, chanting, in a language you do not recognize. Wait, what languages do all of you speak?
Common and Dwarvish.
Common, Halfling, Celestial, and Dwarvish.
Okay.
Common.
Undar?
Common, Dwarvish, Giants.
Common, Dwarvish, Celestial, and Elvish, but people don't need to know about that.
All right. Now, Gorwell, you said.
Common, Undercommon, and Dwarvish.
All right. Yeah. None of you recognize this language. As there's, you approach closer, and there's approximately a dozen men and women gathered around this fire. The wagons form a bit of a circle around this bonfire, and there are people singing and dancing, and they're drinking what appears to be wine from these large water skins. They're all singing, dancing, laughing. They're dressed weirdly. Even you, Undar, who has been around about as many blocks as one can with your various pilgrimages, you've never seen anybody speak this language or dress this way. They're all just-like, but but again, those colors sort of remind you of like a court fool. And as does their dinner, again, they're singing, dancing, generally debaucherous. As one man is playing a mysterious instrument. You can tell it's an instrument only by the fact that it is making sound. But before is this, it appears to be two blocks of wood with a springy air squeeze bag thingy between them, and as he plays keys, it makes sounds. It's an accordion, but dwarves don't know what accordion is. And they're it's almost ritualistic. They chant and sing and dance and drink.
All right, boys. Which you
All
will
right.
lead the way? What's the game plan here?
And with that, Azir's gonna walk up to these people and he's gonna say, "In the name of my father, Lord Reinhardt, I ask you politely to please stop."
You don't even know if they hear you. They keep doing what they're doing.
Oh, well.
I said, "In the name of my father, Lord Reinhardt, stop."
Do you raise your voice at all?
Just a little bit.
One of them, he appears to be an older one of these mysterious travelers. Again, that odd, exuberantly colored garb. He also wears a floppy beret with a single feather, and he has a bit of a goatee and mustache. And he turns to you and he says, "Ah, and who might you all be?"
Go on, tell him, Azir.
I am Azir Alistare, son of Lord Reinhardt. You are rabble-rousing. We ask you to please stop.
I do apologize. My name is not Rabble Rousing. I am Stanimir of the Vistani. Welcome to our humble camp. May you please join us in the drinking. And he holds up a large water skin that appears to be full of wine.
No, thank you. We're asking you to leave, not if we can join you.
As it turns out, we were to be on our way just tomorrow morning. But if you would not mind, we will go peacefully if you all sit back and enjoy a story of ours.
I'm going to turn back to the group. I'll walk back over to them.
Eat, drink, have a good time. We're all here for a good time, yes?
They'll leave peacefully if we listen to a story of theirs.
A story?
You said, sorry. You said there's wagons, right? The covered wagons.
Yeah. Number.
That frightens me. So you have to check
Each
the...
pulled by a single draft horse.
Okay, so are they currently hooked up to horses?
Yeah, the horses are hooked up to the wagons. However, the horses there's been a stake driven into the ground in front of each wagon, and the horses' reins have been tied to those I say stake, they're more like posts. Have been tied to those posts as to keep them from wandering off.
Well, if these guys aren't leaving now, we can always make them.
Oh,
Right. I think you missed the whole they'll leave peacefully if they let us, if we listen to a story.
Oh, go well. We will help them move out peacefully. If it requires sitting through some theater performance, I'm sure we can take it.
Are you guys off away from the group, specifically Stanimir, the man who spoke with you?
Considering they barely heard us when Azir did his talking voice next to them, I figured if we were turned away,
if you guys take a few steps away and
that's kind of what I was doing.
I basically have you taken any steps at all to not be heard by these guys? Are you looking for privacy?
I mean,
Yeah.
Azir really didn't, but if
Yeah, I don't really care. I'm kind of speaking out loud.
All right.
Please, friends, there is no need for any sort of violence. We are good people, the Vistani. We seek only to have a good time. On this, after he says good time, you see one of the wagon flaps flies open, and these two people, a man and a woman, the woman straightening her clothes, steps out of this wagon. It's not subtle. They don't even appear to be remotely hiding the fact that there's some hanky-panky going on.
All right. Well, this is just going a couple steps too far. So I can appreciate your affinity for such partying, but I'm afraid not on the Alistare estate.
Like I said, we will leave peacefully. Just listen to our tale.
us. I can certainly do that. Can you all muster that, brothers?
Yes.
Sure.
I'll follow you anywhere, Undar.
You hear that, everyone? They will stay for the night.
The night. I'm afraid.
And the people that were singing and dancing sort of before continuing to do so. And Stanimir says, "Please take a seat. I will regale you with a tale most fantastic."
All right, I'm all ears. Sigmund, perhaps if their tale does not suffice, you could show them a song if we're competing in performance art.
Sure.
Well, I would like to make evidence that there is no competition between us friends. The Vistani never turned down an opportunity to learn the song and dance of another culture.
We appreciate that, but again, you are causing quite the ruckus. So if we could please listen to your story, which will not take all night, and we can leave peacefully.
All right. Then, in that case, he takes a long draft of wine before, like the way a fire spitter spits whatever it is that they're spitting or using as fire fuel. He spits his wine into the flames, and as he does so, they uproar and flash before the flames turn a vibrant green emerald color. Now, I will tell you the story of our people, our leader, our history. I will tell you the tale of the devil and the Vistani. We come from an ancient land whose name is long forgotten, a land of kings. However, long ago our enemies forced us from our homes, and now we wander the lost roads. And as he says that, he blows into the fire, and the green flames sort of take shape, revealing what appears to be a battle of sorts. There's these two, and they're just vague images, sort of like the dancing dude in the fire in Narnia, but green, and there are these two cavalry charges. One man in particular is struck from his horse with a spear. As the spear pierces his side and he falls to the ground, the flames resume their emerald, but they're still emerald but more fire-like shape. Stanimir continues, stating, "One night a wounded soldier staggered into our camp and collapsed. We nursed his terrible injury, quenched his thirst with wine, not unlike you, friends," and he holds out the water skin to you, Sigmunder, as you're closest to him.
Well, are you asking me to drink?
Asking you, no, I am offering. This is the finest wine you will taste anyway. Trust.
Sure, I'll try it. And I take a sip.
You guys being dwarves, you're more into ale and mead and occasionally hard liquor, depending on the night. But this wine is exquisite. It's finer than any wine you've ever tasted. And as you bring the water skin down from your mouth, a slight drop of the crimson-y, purpley liquid runs down into your beard, and wow, that was good. And
Thank you.
and he continues, He survived, this man who we nursed to health. When we asked him who he was, he would not say. All he wanted to do was to return home. We were deep in the land of his enemies, of our enemies. We took him in as one of our own and followed him back to his homeland, protecting him. But the enemies, they hunted him relentlessly, mercilessly. They fell on this man like wolves, claiming he was a prince, but he never gave up. Not even when their assassins came in the night. He fought them off, and the fire takes shape again. This man, he appears to be clad in armor and wielding a sword. And from out of camera of the flames, a man jumps towards him, raising a knife, and he brandishes his sword and shoves it through the man's abdomen. But being made of fire, he dissipates before the fire takes its traditional shape again. This man of royal blood, he fought to protect us, as we protected him. We bore him safely to his home, and he thanked us, saying, I owe you my life. Stay as long as you wish, leave when you choose, and know that the Vistani will always be safe here. The figure in the dancing fire reappears, and he spins around, slashing his blade to one final foe before the fire goes out. And now Stanimir's face, what was illuminated with a bright, vibrant, dancing green, now just has a small underglow of red embers, giving his face a more sinister appearance. The curse has since fallen upon our noble prince, turning him into a terrible tyrant. We alone have the power to leave his domain, travel far and wide to find heroes such as yourselves to end our dread lord's curse, put his troubled sword to rest. Our leader, Madame Eva, she knows all. So I ask you, when we return to Barovia tomorrow, will you come with and help save our once noble king?
Well, quite the story that was. I'm impressed with the flames and the whatnot. It's lovely, right, brothers.
Yes, it was awesome. It's just a day's travel to Barovia.
A few days. It's not far. Barovia is a mysterious land.
I've never heard of such a place. I've traveled around and
You have. Ever since the arrival of our leader, and after that, since his curse fell upon him, Barovia has remained mostly a mystery to the outside world. Like I said, since the curse, things are not what they used to be. The Vistani, the noble Vistani, implore you, please help us. Speak with our leader, Madame Eva. She knows all. She will guide you.
Is she here?
No. Madame Eva does not leave the noble land of Barovia.
this curse that has befallen your noble leader. What is the what is this affliction?
He is corrupted. He is not what he used to be. His sense of morality is askew. Fights for what he loves, but sometimes that he knows not right from wrong, not anymore. He has fallen from grace, corrupted by dark powers. The land of Barovia has been plunged into darkness, and the tyrant, he is the cause, the root of all.
is this just a story, or is he like telling the truth about his?
Yeah.
You can make an insight
can-
check.
Are they a bunch of drunk people pulling my
Yeah.
leg, or? It's a 19 plus 3, 22.
The nature of what you have gathered about the Vistani is they are avid storytellers. However, this man, whereas initially, like when the fire was up, he was pouring his heart and soul into the story, but now he seems emotionally tied in a way that he couldn't be if this was just fiction. Whatever he speaks, it's real to him.
Well, we were unaware of your predicament. I don't think our perhaps we could make some arrangements for you all to stay inside the confines of our fine estate for the evening.
No.
Why not? We have plenty of room.
We must return.
If there is evil to vanquish, I'm certainly intrigued, but we have to discuss with our father.
Feel free. But we leave tomorrow at dawn. I ask that you return to us to help us with our cause. Barovia was once a place of life, music, joy. What the Vistani are, what we are, what Barovia should be. And it is that no longer.
It's a lot to think about. Undar, what do you think?
Well, I'm sure we could discuss things with father, see what he thinks, perhaps send people along to this Barovia to see if it's worth getting involved in. Which
I'm afraid that without the guidance of us, without the Vistani, we'll never make it to Barovia. You need us. You need to travel with us.
we will certainly do so. It's just that tonight is a bit of a special occasion. So perhaps we have
By
until
all means.
tomorrow to do it.
Celebrate.
But I ask,
We leave at dawn.
with my brothers are not returning, I will certainly return and to help. But with that, I need you to promise to keep down the rabble-rousing and ne'er-do-welling.
Rebel rousing there. I know not. Are these dwarvish terms? I do not.
I know, perhaps, I'm not sure. I'm just saying that you should keep it quiet and don't be obnoxious with your, partaking in inebriation. Be respectful to others. It is sleeping from time
Well, this
to
is
time.
not the way of the Vistani. Toning things down is not our strong suit. But if it is at the request of you, who seeks to help us, and he bows, then it will be our pleasure.
Well, it is my pleasure to consider it. Remember, Undar Alistare, the man promised, the man who has promised to help you. That's me, by the way. I am Undar.
I will remember you, Undar.
Well,
I am Stanimir. We will be traveling together soon, I hope.
right, as long as you keep it down.
Ramia, fetch more wine. And a woman walks over, and she holding another one of these water skins. Please, give these to our traveling companions as a gift. And she, yes, father. He sort of bows forward, offering up this water skin to you guys.
No, thank you, ma'am. I do appreciate it. But I'm afraid I must not be inebriated tonight. Seems I have quite the decisions to make.
I'll take it. And I step forward I grab the water skin full of wine.
It's a hefty, like it's probably about the size of like a camelback in real life. It's
Okay.
Oh damn.
not like an actual camel's back, like a camelback.
Yeah, I know. I was
Yeah.
thinking of like a canteen of like wine.
Yeah.
No, it's bigger. It's bigger than that. It's when these people drink, they drink.
May I ask how much it weighs?
Yeah, one sec.
Since that's a thing we have to do.
Yeah, sorry. I did not until I realized that works both ways. Which is my bad. Just a moment. As it is full, it weighs 5 pounds.
Okay.
When it's empty, the weight will be negligible, but at this moment, 5 pounds.
Okay.
And the other water skin. Yorn, perhaps you should take it. I know you're a fan. But no matter what, and I point towards Gorwell, I say, you make sure to share with your brothers.
Who do you think I am?
Hey, we have to share, okay?
Hey, exactly. I always share with my brothers.
Oh, right. Again, gone for about a decade. It's strange. It's as if I'm meeting all of you for the first time, even though we grew up together.
Yes. That is kind of what it's like. Yes.
Well, sort of.
Given these gifts of wine, you slowly make your way back towards the estate. As you enter through the gates, once again, Terrence gives you guys like the casual salute with like the 2 fingers and just acknowledging that you guys are there. You make your way back towards the town, or through the town, sorry, towards the manor. And as the mighty oak doors are have been closed where they were once open.
I say, see, Yorn, imagine if we approached with our weapons drawn, when in fact we could have persuaded them to leave, and, well, frankly, with 2 very large flasks of wine.
We could have just taken the wine, and it would have been a lot quicker.
Oh, I don't suppose that's what our father wants of his sons. He seems to think we should rule over his citizens in a very kind manner.
Whatever you say, Undar.
We've changed a bit. I'm just gonna keep walking.
Stayed the same. You're the one that changed.
You guys, you approach the massive oak doors and the fire, having died significantly, is no longer the very intense source of warmth. It is now smaller, about average campfire size. The candelabras and the chandeliers have all been put out, so it's fairly dim glow. However, your father Reinhardt, having moved his chair from the head of the table over to in front of the fireplace. Yes, boys. I take it you showed those rogues, those rapscallions, those ne'er-doers. I assume you showed them the Alistare way of dealing things, eh? And you can tell that he's had a few since you guys have left.
Well, sir, we discovered they're called the Vistoni, and they are in need of help.
Help?
Yes. Help.
So you didn't go with metaphorical guns blazing. You didn't go and show them who's boss.
We
No,
talked.
we did not beat them senseless. That is correct.
Not yet.
Did you at least get him to leave?
Tell him about that, Undar.
They promised to stay quiet.
Ugh. If I have to deal with them for one more night, I swear by Odin. And he stands up and he picks up his great axe and he hefts it wobbly over his shoulder. Fine, I'll deal with them myself. And he,
Father,
Father,
you're
maybe
much too inebriated to deal with this on your own.
Boy, the great Reinhardt Alistare knows when he's had too much. And I have not yet. I can still kill things.
Father, they brought us a gift, and I want to open up my backpack, pull out the thing, the thing of wine.
Gifts? And he... What is that?
Oh, they gave us what they called the finest wine in the land. I'm going to hand it up to him.
I'll be the judge of... Well, it's no mead, but it's also delicious.
So if the Vistani stay quiet and continue, well, they're leaving tomorrow morning. But, Father, it seems their homeland is in a bit of trouble. There's a prince there, a noble man, I suppose. He, recently fell to some darkness. And I personally have vowed to go help, but I was wondering if you would like to support an expedition, if it was in Alistair's, the estate of Alistair's interests.
What interest would that be?
General good of the common people.
Listen, I can't afford much. We don't have the men to incur an expedition into unknown lands. I know you haven't been back for long, but well, to be honest, the damn knife ears of the southern forests have been giving us troubles. So if you wish to travel to this Vistani homeland and provide your aid, you have my blessing, but I'll not support it with my men. Granted, I know if I send in my boys, you'll take care of it, won't you?
Yes.
I will go with Undar.
Which brings me to my next
I will
point.
as well go with Undar.
Oh, you're all ahead of me. Go well. You like strange, interesting lands, right? Maybe there's more cards there.
I think I've already collected all those, but I'm willing to travel with you. It's been a while since I've been with my brothers.
Yes.
Bjorn, what do you say?
Hell, I've never been. I'm in.
Perfect. Father, we will single-handedly increase the reputation of the Alistaires by saving a land and showing them what true leadership is like.
That's my boy. I know you will, all of you. Come on, bring it in. And he goes to do a really awkward group hug.
Oh,
Group
Dad, God, you're so
And-
embarrassing.
He's never been like super like this, like all hoity-toity, lovey-dovey, unless he's super drunk. He's
When people
like
get drunk, man, they get all lovey.
your stereotypical like dad that drinks and beats his wife, except instead of beating his wife, he loves his family even more. He's like a positive alcoholic.
Alcoholism for good.
Which is more common than the media would have you believe. That's like an actual thing. But, bring it in, my boys.
Hug.
No. He embraces as many of you as he can fit his short dwarf arms around. And then right, now if you'll excuse me. And he looks at this this large water skin of wine that you've given him. I've got a date. Don't tell your mother. And he sort of drags his axe across the floor as he goes deeper into the manor.
And look back at him. Just like old times, huh?
Yes.
It's unfortunate we missed dinner. A large portion of it.
It's
He's still holding a leg, gonna take a bite.
I have a recommendation. Let's make this night even more like old times and go for a midnight snack raid of the kitchen.
I'm down.
Asia, your eyes sort of light up as though you were always a bit of an outcast as a child. You always seemed to lead these midnight raids as these were your areas of expertise. Well, your brothers were the big tough boys. You were always able to
sneak.
get what need to be got.
Now, everyone be very quiet. Clank, clank, clank.
As once again, the heavy boot falls, the clatter of armor, and the jingle of God knows how many holy symbols. Sorry, gods know how many holy symbols adorning this giant club strapped to his back. All of you wearing armor. You. However, those of you not just sort of move, like walk. Despite the fact that as children, you always made big productions out of it. It was like when you're a kid getting food in the middle of the night, it's basically Mission Impossible. But the reality of it is a little more dull. As you guys just walk into the kitchen, and there's turkey legs over on this platter, because dwarven feasts, you cook the turkey, strip it of all the meat, take the legs, put it on a platter, and do that with like 12 turkeys. So there's just a crap ton of legs on the platter, and then another platter which is meat, turkey meat, taken from 12 turkeys. And then there's what's left of the giant boar, which is relatively little. Oddly enough, the watermelon-sized apple has not been eaten by anybody. However, you guys, once again, going back to the recesses of your memories, recalling that the pastries are always in the back. And as you walk towards the back of the kitchen and open up a pantry, each shelf is covered in dwarven kolaches, which I don't even know how those are different from regular kolaches, but they are, somehow. And there's probably 30 of them. This manor of this estate is known for hosting large, flamboyant feasts. So they keep food stocked on hand pretty much all the time.
Despite my decade of being away from home, I still recall exactly where the sweets are. Just like our servants used to make.
I want to grab the watermelon-sized apple and shove it into my backpack.
This thing weighs probably like 5 pounds-ish. It's hefty.
I grabbed some of the kolaches and then 3 turkey legs and start eating.
I will grab some food.
You guys sit up on counters and on tables, and Yorn, you take your place on the floor and just you all sit around and smile at each other. And if this were a movie, it would briefly fade to everybody sitting in the exact same places, just younger. And then it returns fading back to you guys reliving the old days. This is oddly nostalgic for a first session.
I'm going to take a turkey leg, and I'm going to say, everyone, a toast. To the Alistare family, and getting back together once more for some grand adventure saving total strangers from tyranny.
Yeah,
shall we?
Here.
Cheers. And I'm going to start, like, clinking the turkey leg. Clink, 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 clink,
People have frosted kolaches. Some people have meats of some variety. and like everything gets covered in everybody else's food, but you guys don't care. You're dwarves. If it has protein, you'll eat it. Protein or carbs, you're eating it. So you and you guys sit here for the better part of an hour, doing nothing but telling old jokes and stuffing your faces before you get that. For those of you that specifically have been eating turkey, because that's the stereotype, but everybody, you get to that point where you've eaten so much you're tired. You think it might be about time to retire to your childhood bedrooms.
I wonder if they kept our rooms the same.
Did they? Who did I share a room with for a time? But I believe me and George shared a room growing up. Did they split those up when we left?
Yeah, you guys, as you leave the kitchen and return to this hallway full of your old childhood bedrooms, as you open the doors, they have all of them been converted into generic guest bedrooms.
My blankets.
A large bed covered in furs, and on the back wall of each of these rooms is a large tapestry covered with that Alistare family seal with the shield embossed with the raven clutching the hammer. There's and each of them has the like family motto. It says, "Guided by Odin's light, strengthened by his wrath," is embossed in dwarvish underneath all of these seals.
So do we all have separate rooms?
Yeah, there are enough rooms for each of you to take your own. This large manor, it's designed to entertain many guests.
Thank you all for agreeing to help the Vistani people.
Vistani.
I was not anticipating such a big adventure when I came back home.
Neither was I, but we are brothers, so we can do this together.
Well, maybe there's something to those cards, and I point to Gorwell, and then I say, yeah, and it's always good to spread light to innocent people, and I'm gonna go to bed.
My gods, I haven't even thought about those cards. I would be entering a new stage, and maybe there is something to that old magic anyways. I'm gonna walk into my room.
I believe this one was my room, and I'm just gonna open a door and walk in.
You walk into the room that, despite your misremembrance, the rest of you are pretty sure this room belonged to Sigmundur as you were children. However, Gorwell, pretty sure this one's mine. And it is, once again, a very basic room. All that's in there is a single bed and then that tapestry on the back wall.
Well, I guess I'll take this one. I open Gorwell's old room.
All right. As all of you retire to your rooms, you wake up.
Wait. I would like one thing. Gorwell is known for sleepwalking.
Oh God!
So I would like to wake up in a room with Azier.
All right, Azier, you wake up and in your bed, butt to butt, because no homo. Lying there is Gorwell, and you. Oh yeah, that's a thing. As Gorwell is like sleeping in the fetal position at the foot of, or not at the foot, but at the side of your bed. You recall that the Vistanis claimed they would be leaving at dawn, and dawn is about to break. So you guys.
So I'm gonna go over to Gorwell and shake him awake. Gorwell, Gorwell.
What? I did it again, didn't I?
Yep.
It appears that a habit that you had mostly kicked in your adult life, sleeping in your childhood home, probably has something to do with the fact that you've relapsed.
I thought I broke that habit, but sorry about this. And I'm just going to like stretch, like very like awkwardly if we're on the same bed, just like big stretch.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
I'm gonna be knocking on Yorn's door in the morning.
I'm
Rise
already
and
up.
shine.
Already up. So as soon as you knock, I'm gonna open up the door.
Oh, just thought I might wake you up. I'm usually the first one up.
Oh, you said dawn, right?
Dawn is correct.
Let's get a move on. Let's wake up the others.
Right. I'm sure.
Good
I look past and I go,
morning.
is Gorwell in your room tonight, or?
He usually sleeps with the runt.
It's funny, and I'm gonna start walking to Sigmundir's room. I'm gonna say it's funny. It's something you totally forget about, but when I wake up without that man breathing down my neck, there's just something different, you know. Sigmundir.
I'm in Glowell's room.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you went over to Sigmundir's room, but that's where Gorwell was sleeping, and Gorwell's not in that room.
Continuity.
Weird.
I open Glowell's door, and I'm awake.
Oh, good. Usually you sleep like a bear. Snore
Yeah,
like one,
but
too.
I haven't kicked that habit yet, though.
Can you imagine a cacophony of dwarven snores all night? Oh my god.
It's like a fucking choir.
Wait, where are the other two?
Well, if Glowell knows any of us, then
Pound on the
probably
last
went
door.
to Asia's room.
Azure, just as you're shaking Gorwell awake, you hear the of a mighty fist striking the oaken door to the room in which you are sleeping.
Yeah, after I finish waking up Gorwell, I'm gonna go open the door. Oh, hi, brothers.
Get a move on, little one. And wake up the big one.
Gorwell, it's time to go.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Well, as you can see, I'm in my morning routine, getting up so early. I have already woken up, eaten breakfast, prayed, and braided my hair. And then I decided to wake you all up because I'm just so active. But yeah, I got the beard braids now to because I saw my brother Sigmundir and Bjorn specifically note their braids, so I thought should join the club.
Azure, you look towards Undar, who has already made himself up, and like you can feel your bedhead and your general morning musk.
As I begin to and I
frantically try to.
I got some baby scruff going on. I'm only 25, so
You guys can
you
can see from the window that light is starting. The window of the bedroom light is starting to break. So if you wish to meet up with the Vistani, you should act with haste.
We have to get going.
Yes, that's all.
I'm gonna clutch my little pendant, whisper something to myself, and go.
I have a poem for this. Awakening is stay anew, the Alistare buds united, together with the morning dew, to set out on a new adventure undivided. I wrote that in 6 seconds.
That was
Well,
very
I wrote
wholesome,
that
Sigmundir.
since we went to sleep, and yeah.
I do have to say, I'm just once again very, very, very happy to be with you all. I'm not sure what the next stage of my life would have been if I had not recruited on this big adventure, but now I'm certain as to what it is. That being said, last one there's a rotten egg, and I'm gonna take off down the stairs.
Well,
Boom, boom, boom,
As soon as Azure says that, I'm a race after him.
I'm a run, and
Fuck,
I'm gonna
I don't
throw
wanna be
whoever's
last.
next to me out of the way.
Sigmunder, you're standing next to Gorwell as he
Reciting this beautiful poem about being undivided and we all love each other.
together united. Bjorn, you look at your brothers, three of which have taken off. Sigmunder trying to get up, and you're like, oh, these fucking morons, is you.
Oh no, fuck, I'm trying to chase him. I'm not being last. Fuck that.
All right.
Last one, there's a rotten egg.
Yeah, did you hear what he said? God, I don't want to be a rotten egg.
All right.
I charge.
You all run as fast as you possibly can.
So who wins, though? How do we determine?
But who wins?
Yeah, who wins?
Who's the rotten
Important.
egg?
Do all of you guys have the same speed?
Yeah.
I have
25.
25.
25.
Oh,
Okay.
25.
Well, in that case, everybody make a Constitution check.
Yeah. I bet you suck at
30, 20.
17.
Oh,
19.
shit.
21.
6.
No!
Gorwell,
I fucking fell down the stairs.
having shoved Sigmunder aside, using that force to propel yourself forward, although Sigmunder, as soon as you right yourself and you see that you've fallen behind as everybody else has taken off, oh no, they don't. No, not encumbered by armor, but still more physically fit than your two unarmored brothers. You're taking these long strides, and just as you guys reach the gates of the city, or you see where Terrence was, it appears that they don't have a gate guard during the day. As you all, Sigmunder, despite being well behind everybody after your tumble, you overtake them and you lean forward through the opening of the doorway, just as Gorwell, like in slow motion, looks at you running, like surpassing me. Shit. And you guys stand there at the gates to the walls of the estate, as you see smoke of what appears to be a recently doused flame. And it's like that chill of morning, but also like it's summertime and everything's covered in like a fine layer of dew, and it's like a bit foggy, but not like really. And you see from here the Vistani appear to be packing their things. They're loading the wagons, untying the horses.
We made it. We made it. Unfortunately, some of us, and I look down shamefully at myself, are here as rotten eggs and not as dwarves. But we have made it.
You finished last. There was no reason to beg. You tried your best, but you are the rotten egg.
I don't like this poem thing. I don't like it.
Not funny
Sigma.
anymore.
Sigmunder,
Good race.
If you weren't so clever, I'd hate you.
Oh,
You all,
I am clever.
As you jest and jab at each other, you guys, I assumed you were walking in the meantime. You approach at this camp, and you see Stanimir loading one final bedroll into the back of one of the wagons, and he says, "Oh yes, good to see you have arrived. I welcome you to accompany us to Barovia, and most importantly, I thank you. Madame Eva foretold that we would find help, but we were not sure it would be strong men such as yourselves."
We were foretold that we would help.
Yes, as I said last evening, Madame Eva knows all.
Right, and we will speak to her once we get to Barovia, correct?
Madame Eva holds the answers you seek.
Well, all right. Now, it has recently come to my attention, we don't really know much about where we're going or how we're getting there. So we did not bring any horses or carts or whatnot.
Well, you will be riding with us, of course.
Oh, all right. Together?
I mean, we have 6 wagons. You may divide yourselves as you wish. Me, my son, and my daughter will be in this wagon. This is mine. On that note, Damia, Ratka, and first off, the woman that provided you guys with the wine. She's a younger woman, probably like 18, 19. Oh, I should have addressed last night. All of the Vistani are human, with like slightly darker skin and dark hair. Anyway, Damia, the woman who provided you with wine, probably about 18, 19, and Rashka, who appears to be his son, wearing no shirt but a vest and some poofy pants, very Aladdin-esque, steps out from the wagon. These are my children. Children, these are the heroes Madame Eva spoke of. They just sort of nod silently. They don't say much.
Hello, children.
The young boy appears to be like between 10 and 13, like he's on the verge of adolescence, but not there yet. Like things aren't awkward, but they're about to get real awkward for this kid in his life. It's a pleasure to meet you all. He holds up his hand to shake whoever's up front. I'm assuming Undar.
I go to shake and I lean down to like his level. Probably not actually.
Which isn't far.
Isn't far, yeah.
Like he's merely probably about a few inches shorter than you.
Hey, you want to see something cool, kid? I pull out my big blunt weapon and I like put it into his hands.
As you pull out this weapon, he steps back and immediately draws a knife. Like he's got a curved dagger.
My apologies.
Steinemer's like, no, it's okay. They are not hostile people. Yeah, the kid. I'm sorry. Things in Barovia can be troublesome.
It's all right. We better get going. And I, as I walk back to my brothers, I go, the kid almost stabbed me. Be very, very careful with sudden movements.
Well, to be fair, you didn't pull a club on him.
I was trying to show. Kids love playing with that. It's called the Kanabo, by the way. It's not a club.
Stenimir shouts at one of the other wagons in a language you don't understand, presumably Vistani. And as he says that, one of the other Vistani men in the wagon that he shouted at, and he lashes the horse, and the horse begins to trot off. And the wagons, which were in a circle, as that first one starts out, it's like that thing you do at the end of a football game in marching band, but backwards, where they like uncoil. And Stanimir in the last wagon, just before it gets to when his would be moving. We will be traveling at a slower pace, so you may walk if you wish. You may ride in one of the wagons if you wish. It is up to you. And with that, he climbs up onto his wagon, and it. Despite the fact that he just gave you the option, they all just took off with you on foot. So at least, for now, you will have to walk. But you could presumably climb onto one of the wagons at any time.
Are there any relatively unoccupied, so we could talk amongst ourselves?
Yeah. Some of the wagons appear to only have like one person in it, the driver, and they like hold stuff, but you guys could climb into those.
I want to hang out in one of the stuff carts.
All right.
Brothers, this looks like the one.
I go wherever Undar
I'm going to
goes.
extend a hand to help up everybody who needs it.
I need
All
it.
right.
I'm
Yeah.
short.
You lower your hand and you begin pulling people up. Azure last, and he just you've been pulling up these hunky dwarves, and then with Azure last, you whoa and pull him a bit higher and more intensely than you intended.
I'm going to hold him out in front of me by his arm and go, sorry. Put him on.
As we're just kind of sitting in the back of this cart, like still morning, I want to pull out my deck of cards and just kind of like do a quick little shuffle with my tarot cards, and I want to place two out in front of me and flip them both. And as I flip both of them, one is wealth and the other is sickness. That's how I'm flavoring my foretelling rolls. So, just yeah.
Oh, you're like portent ability?
Yeah.
That's
So
fucking
you got a good one and a bad one.
That's super dope.
I really like that. Yeah.
You get
Wait.
portent at level 1?
How did I?
Oh fuck! No, I don't. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at this. I'm sorry. If I would've-
Like, I think wizards don't get their subclass until level 2.
Yeah, no. For some reason I was just like level 1 because I just saw foretelling rolls and I wasn't like reading. I'm sorry, guys.
No,
carry
you're
on.
good. It's fine. Wizards are a lot. Anyway, so you guys, you sit there in the cart and it's a bit of a bumpy ride. As you look around, there appears to be like boxes full of clothing, chests full of you don't know what, and barrels presumably full of wine. Because there's a sweet yet tart smell in the air. That reminds you of the taste of the fine drink that you had yesterday.
Robert,
Sorry. Go ahead.
how have you all been?
Well, I'm alive. There's that. I don't know. I've missed you guys, but I don't know. I'm excited to help the innocent and spread some light. And I'm gonna like sort of feel up my that sounds wrong, and I didn't mean it gross, but like go to my sun pendant and sort of just finger it. Oh, that didn't sound any
That
better.
one was on purpose, and you know it. I'm gonna look at the pendant and go, "Oh, what is that?"
This is the sun, the symbol of
Hey, Lord.
Amentor.
Oh, never mind. This is awkward. So I'm gonna.
You guys have all been raised under House Alistare is a devout dwarven house that follows Odin passionately. They're like the angry Catholic moms, but God is Odin. So the fact that you many of you have branched out and found your own ways religiously, it's a bit of an odd experience, and those of you that have done so find it gratifying and relieving because you thought that you might have the awkward coming out moment where you have to tell your brothers that you now follow a different god. However, Yorn, you're sort of soured by the fact that your brothers, who you thought were devout followers of Odin as they always were, are now openly discussing following other gods. And it's not like real world religion. In D&D land, like gods existing is a certainty. So it's less like they chose a new like religion, like in the traditional sense, but like a fairly decent analog would be like they follow a different way of life, sort of.
Politics.
Because all of these gods do exist, but like you don't choose and follow the same god. Almost like a political thing, but less.
It's
gross.
like becoming friends with someone and realizing they're liberal. I'm gonna say, oh, sorry, I have a very similar symbol on my Kanabo, and I'm gonna
as this weapon adorned
shakes.
with 10 different holy symbols.
I have amulets like hanging off the side and off of the spikes and stuff, and they're like tightened around it. They're not gonna fly off, but like they make sort of like a maraca sound when I shake them all. But you see here, this is Pelor, god of the sun, and well, today I'm hoping for a bit of him. But before we left, I actually should say a few words to Eldath, the goddess of peace and the beautiful nature. And I hold up this pendant that looks like a waterfall, like falling into a like nice lake. I don't know. It's very like easy symbol to do, to draw, like pretty, or imagine. It's pretty simple. I'm gonna say a couple of words in Celestial. I'll say some, just like I'm gonna like mumble in some weird god script. I'm gonna look up to all of you and he goes, for those of you who didn't know what I just said, I basically wished for good peace and good weather amongst our journey. Oh, Yorn, I see you're still very, very passionate about our All-Father Odin.
That's right, the All-Father.
Right, well, I show off a flaming anvil pendant, and I say, I found that Moradin is more of a central focus in the Dwarven society, in my own personal opinion. Oh, but don't you worry, don't you worry.
And I'm going to shake my head.
Then I like, I'm like shaking through, like I'm like, is this the, no, this is the, aha! And I got a small raven with a raven pendant. I go, this is Odin, one of my first holy symbols I got. I still follow, still practice, of course. I personally found, Jorn, that I get more gratification amongst many gods as opposed to one. I see a god in every aspect of my own life. Why, death. It's unfortunate, but it's inevitable. I hope, I pray to the Raven Queen they have a safe passage in the afterlife. Whenever I try to create something, whether it be art or smithing of some variety, I pray to Moradin, god of all creation. And when I need strength, of course, I pray to Odin. I found it that I get more fulfillment out of many gods as opposed to one. I guess I haven't seen you in so long. I forgot to tell you all of this.
Like I haven't thought of it that way.
Well, I do believe Odin's very just and wise, so I certainly don't doubt your abilities. You've chosen wisely. And sorry for the lapse in communication. I know all of us were rather close, but you and I in particular, Jorn, sorry I wasn't there all the time.
Personally,
You can make up for it on the trip.
We will see. All right. Well, we have assumedly a lot of hours to kill. Sigmundur, lead us in some song.
well, personally, I follow the goddess Milil, or the god Milil, the god of poetry and song. And I use that to channel life power into striking down rabble-rousers.
Well, we all can agree on striking down rabble-rousers. I find that speaking to the common enemy and really gaining their perspective on things is an also very efficient tactic. Now, when I talked to you guys 10 years ago, I was strike down the evildoers, burn the heretics. So right now,
If they don't follow Odin, they burn!
So right now, I sound like the kid who went to college and got liberal and then came back and was like, well,
I mean, Obama wasn't that bad.
Exactly. And you're just like, Anyways,
Fucking
if
hippie.
myself would have seen me 10 years ago, it would have been blasphemous.
Are we sure he's the real Undar?
Peace, love, and kindness. That's what everyone needs.
Okay, you're really scaring me now.
It hurts my soul. It hurts your soul.
Every other dwarf just cringes.
Not like I'm strong potion, I cringe.
Well, does anyone bring any board games or something of the sort?
We could play tic-tac-toe.
Hours pass. I'm just gonna cut in here. Hours pass. And eventually, as night draws closer, the day itself was like those late spring, early summer days where like everything just is kind of humid and moist out. While not overcast, the sun was still out. It was very cloudy. And you guys, eventually the cart stops. And the Vistani driving the cart pulls back the tarp that covers the area that you guys were in and separates it from the driver's seat. I did not even know you guys were in here. All day?
Yes, actually, we've been talking like very loudly for a long time.
You didn't drink my wine, did you?
No,
And
of course
you see his hand go to a knife at his belt.
No. Of course not.
Oh,
Sir.
no.
Oh, okay, good. Well, as we make camp, now's the time. And he throws the thing over he throws the tarp over the top. And he picks up one of the casks of wine and jumps out the back.
Being the mother of the group, I'm going to well, let's make sure that no matter where we camp, we be respectful of our surroundings and don't what are the odds they're listening to me?
You're
Zero.
obviously new to the Vistani. Drinking is a way of life.
Well, I prefer water myself, but
You notice
These guys don't seem so bad.
You notice
Agreed.
as camp is set up again, the carts are formed in that circle formation with a small fire. This camp seems much less permanent, rather than like pitching large tents for them to sleep in as they had before. They seem to be smaller 1 or 2 man tents. However, festivities do once again ensue. As soon as the fire is set and as soon as food is being made, people start drinking and singing and dancing.
well, let's try to keep the noise at a reasonable level, folks.
Where are we right now? Are we in a forest?
Yeah, you're on like grass plains. It's sort of like Oklahoma. If any of you know what Oklahoma looks like, it's
Nope.
flat.
Yep.
Kansas, Nebraska, they're all the same.
Yep. Flat grass.
Are
You
there
can
any
see
like
for miles in all directions, and it's a tall. You've been following a road, but the road is flanked on either side by grass that up for you shorter dwarvish fellows. It's about up to your shoulders. It's pretty tall grass and it's blowing in the wind. As the sun sets, it illuminates this seemingly infinite grassland with an orange purple-ish hue.
there's, like no civilization near us?
No, not for a hot minute.
There's no one really close to us, so no one's really upset with our loudness.
Good goodness.
That is right. We live life to the fullest. And as he says that, Sigmundur, he puts his hand around your shoulders, clasping one of your shoulders in the hand that is stretched around, and he puts a canteen full of wine, like puts it up against your chest, seemingly expecting you to take it.
Thank you.
Now all of us, we eat, we sing, we drink, and we be merry. Please do join us in the festivities.
I think I'll go take a walk and maybe look for a stream or a river or something. Anyone is free to come with, but I very much doubt you would like to.
I'm willing to come with.
Oh, Asia, sure. Come on, come along. And I sort of like give him that, again, pat on the back as we go past, and I'm going to walk and hopefully find a stream.
Or something.
Into the grass. You walk for a while. No, it's grasslands. And as you walk, even on the horizon, nothing appears to change. Your carts were traveling at a decent pace all day, so you've made your way. You do see very faintly in the distance, from the direction from which you came, you can see faintly some mountains. Presumably that'd be close to the area from which you hail, but there's no streams or anything like that for miles.
Asia, what do you think of the journey so far?
It's a bit too much time in a carriage, but I like being out in the open.
Get away from home much?
No, I don't. I mean, I left there for 5 years, and that's where I discovered the Lord Amentor and work to spread his light wherever I can.
Amentor, I'm not familiar, I don't think.
He's the god of the sun and law, very, very strict. And that's the way I like things, and following him, I'm going to try and hopefully atone for my sinful birth.
Asia, I'm sure people still don't get caught up on that. You're a fine young fellow. I'm just curious as to how ready you are for this adventure. Can you keep up? And you can tell that like he's not trying to offend you, despite
Being very offensive.
totally like thinking you're just inadequate. Like he's not doing it on purpose, but
It's kind of like when a libtard is talking to like a disabled person and they're being like, I know you're just like everybody else, but
So what do you
Yes.
think? You can keep up?
I can, yes, just fine. And I'm going to sort of brush back my cloak, and there's 2 knives right back in here, and then the short sword at the side.
Well,
you recall from your childhood that Azir was he was probably the most mellow of your brothers, and he definitely did not wander around heavily armed, as he has 3 blades at him or on him.
And then the short bow on his back, but he doesn't draw attention to that.
well, let's hope we can use our words still, if given the opportunity.
Are there any birds?
Make a perception check.
Oh, goody. Natural 20.
You recall throughout basically the entire day, you've heard the faint cawing of ravens, and you noticed just as you were leaving the Vistani camp, there are a few ravens perched on top of their wagons.
I'm going to take out my short bow.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm going to shoot one of the ravens.
Well, if you've been walking for a bit, then you're not really...
Well, then as soon as we get within range, and I'm going to turn to Undar and say, yes, I think I can handle myself.
All right.
Like not in like a haha, look at me, more of in a way like approve of me. I love you.
I can handle myself. What?
You knock an arrow and take aim.
Okay. Oh boy, that's cocked. Oh, damn it. All right. So that's 10. This is not going well as I thought it would.
You and the bird as it flies by him, and it flies off taking refuge in one of the in the grass. However, as soon as you do so, a few of the Vistani whip their heads towards you and look at each other and back to you. And for the first time since you've seen them at camp, they are all of them dead silent.
I might have made a mistake.
My apologies, good fellows. Go back to your festivities.
You there, with the weapon. Come.
What do I do, Undar?
It seems you've offended their customs. Wow.
Just a bird, and I didn't even hit it.
Right. Well, own up to your mistake and apologize. And frankly, if Father ever saw you trying to shoot at a raven, well, I never thought I'd see the day. It's an interesting take. I'm appreciative of your very open-minded spirit. Now, speaking of open-minded spirit, let's go talk to these gentlemen. They seem to have a problem with what you did.
This is stupid. And I'm gonna walk over to them.
You walk forward, and like a few of the people that were celebrating and dancing are overtly hostile. However, the older man, Stanimir, please see. He is an outsider. He is ignorant of our ways. We will inform him. Son, what is your name?
Asia.
Asia, I know that you know not of the Vistani or our customs. Well, to be frank, ravens are sacred. It's said that ravens, specifically in Barovia, that was a Barovian raven that you attempted to kill. They carry the souls of the dead. They are not to be trifled with. And certainly not to be attacked. Again, well, we will not act, but Mother Night will punish you.
Ooh.
Mother Night.
Do I know what that is?
No. Presumably a deity of some sort, just by the way he spoke of her, but it's not one you've heard of. Presumably a specifically Barovian entity.
Well,
Thank you for your warning.
Apologize.
I was
If I
unaware
were you,
of your custom.
Ashir, I would lay low for the night. As Vistani are very passionate people, and we're prone to lash out, sometimes violently. So if you would stay in a wagon for the evening, for your own safety, of course.
I appreciate that, but I am not prone to hide. But thank you. And I sort of nod my head in a slight bow.
I will keep an eye on him. Do not worry. We'll make sure no incidents like this occur any further. No. We'll go take a bit of a walk again to let people cool off.
All right. Carry on then. We will continue our ways.
You see, Asia.
Everybody, so, like the mood has been soured, but they do slowly go back to.
You see, Asia. Asia. Gotcha. See, Asia. People have different customs, and well, frankly, if they're not hurting anybody, they should be respected, and that is what you did, and I'm very appreciative of that. But try not to call anybody stupid before you learn their side of the story. I think you should be more patient. But that is what I'm here for, brother. Now, if you would help me, I want to pick some flowers. I'm going to try to pick some good-looking flowers.
Here, you pick up on the fact that this is some subtle, but also not so subtle. Like, he's being fairly demeaning in Like,
Yeah, no, I noticed.
He's like, this is how people act in public. I know you don't know how to do that, but this is how.
yeah, and at this point, throughout your life, you're almost used to this over accommodation and like everybody doting. Like it's not a foreign concept to you. This has been, although you remember your brothers fondly, in their absence, you almost forgot that they're not always the most respectful to you specifically. And it can be at times a tense relationship.
I want to specifically note that, like, while he is not doing it on purpose, like, it is still offensive, you know? He means well, so I apologize as a
No,
person.
I was picking up on that vibe. But Azur's going to put his bow back, and he's going to whip out one of his knives, and he's going to flip it, and he's like, let's go find you some flowers.
Right, yes, flowers. Very, very beautiful. And I'm just going to start, like, rooting around the dirt.
Why are we looking for flowers?
I want to pick some fucking flowers, man.
And as this happens, this is just sort of how the remainder of the evening is spent. And with that, I'm gonna go get food. So break time.
Pee break.
Pee break.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay. The evening draws to a close, and you all, those of you that have left, return with daisies. They're pretty. I don't actually know what daisies look like, but the first flower that came to mind. The rest of you, having sort of sat back and observed the Vistani as they sing and dance and do other things, you all eventually settle in for the night. Stanimir offered up his wagon for you guys to sleep in. He and his children have a tent that he pitched. And the next morning, as the sun begins to rise, as you guys wake up, it seems that the Vistani are all very early risers, as they have already woken up and packed everything. And just as you guys wake up, you see Stanimir loading the last thing on the side of the wagon, and he says, yes, good morning, all of you. We are setting off basically immediately.
Oh. All right.
If you wish to stay in our wagon with us, we would enjoy the company. Otherwise,
We sometimes err on the side of loud, offensive, rude on occasion. So we try to be to ourselves, being family and all.
with all due respect, we are Vistani. Loud and offensive. We know of such things. So please don't be pushed away by thoughts of offending us. We are a strong people. Save certain rituals, as you learned, Ashir. You notice that with his accent, he pronounces your name just a little bit wrong. He emphasizes the sh a little more than most, like you would. As you learned last night, Ashir, we do have our certain customs that are quite sacred, but I, for one, know that you are all ignorant of our ways and will forgive any transgressions against our people. The point I am making is, do not fear us for any reason. We are friends, especially to you who have offered so graciously to confer with Madame Eva.
Right. Which brings me to my next question. When will we meet this Madame Eva? She seems to know all. We all have a few questions, I'm sure.
Madame Eva is in Barovia. We presume that you would speak with her as soon as we arrive.
And how far away is Barovia?
As I alluded to in the camp before, Barovia is a strange place. We could arrive tonight, it could be tomorrow morning, it could be in several days. No more than a week. It has never been more than a week, but these operate on their own little ways in Barovia.
Right.
I've never heard of this land, Barovia.
You
Where
have.
is it?
It is in the Scottish mountain range. Excuse the DM as he checks his notes. He has forgotten the name of the two mountains it lies between. It lies in the valley between Mount Gakis and Mount Baratok. Again, in the Scottish mountain range. It is a secluded place. None of these landmarks he's mentioning sounds even remotely familiar to you. You've never heard of the Scottish Mountains. You've never heard of Mount Baratok or Mount Gakis. Definitely never heard of Barovia except from these dudes.
Mm-hmm.
It is the realm of our tyrant. He has his own ways.
Well, if he's such a tyrant, why are you allowed to come here to the estate?
You heard the story I told you last night, yes? Our people, the Vistani, we have done him a great favor, and because of that, he allows us to come and go as we please.
Oh, right. My apologies. I recall you nursed him back to health.
Yes. This of course was long before I existed. This was my ancestors.
Oh, this was millennia ago.
Millennia could be an exaggeration, but
And yet he
was long.
still reigns?
Madame Eva has the answers you seek.
I am very, very curious to meet Madame Eva. I have many questions.
Madame Eva, she knows all. She is our leader, and a wise woman at that.
Right, well, what to do? And I sit in the cart.
As the boy that threatened you with the knife, this man's son, is driving his sister up front with him. Stanimir stays in the back with you, at least for a while. So, tell me about yourselves. The Vistani are storytelling-driven people. We have our traditions, and we always wish to learn more. So, what is it like being in Alistare?
Well, if you want one man who represents the Alistare family better than anyone else, look to my slightly junior brother, Yorn. Yorn.
Yorn, that is your name?
That's right.
A strange name. What is its meaning, Yorn?
Yorn means bear.
Ferocious beast, much like yourself, I assume.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Yorn, tell us about the Alistare family. What have you to offer?
What was the motto?
I got it.
Okay, you got it?
Guided by Odin's light and strengthened by his wrath.
Guided by Odin's light and strengthened by his wrath.
That is Odin. Is he your family leader? A deity of some sort?
I look around to my brothers, as I am the only one left to vote follower. Yeah, that's right.
As Vistani, we have our own way. We follow the Mother Night. There are other Barovian gods. None so powerful as she, and some could say even she pales in comparison to the Dark Tyrant.
Who is the Mother Knight?
Mother Night is, like I said, she is our god. She reigns over the mystery and darkness that is enveloped Barovia. She.
And your tyrant is weaker than your god?
No. I say the tyrant, he holds possibly more power. It is a.
Then why
Now the
follow this deity, not follow the tyrant? He's clearly stronger.
Because, we do. We serve. Well, we did before he. Our history is long and complicated. you wish to know more, Madame Eva holds the answers you seek. The Dread Lord is a mysterious man. None know his ways, except Madame Eva.
Right.
Not you, sir. That is an interesting headpiece you have. He addresses you, Gorwell.
Oh, I get sunburned very easily.
I
Childish,
see
I know.
you're of lighter skin than your brothers. Is it some sort of birth defect?
I mean, that's what everyone told me. If it was something else, I would not know.
Well, whatever it is, it does not detract from you. You are still a rather dashing individual. Perhaps one day you could even have my daughter if you prove yourself worthy.
Guess I'll have to prove myself.
Undar was like, "Eee."
Yikes!
You said she was 18 or 19. And I was like,
Yep.
We're all like 40.
Well, you guys are. I'm not, but I'm 3 feet tall.
37.
To which I'll say, oh no, Asia here is much closer to her age range. And I like pat him in. And I'm like,
Well, this smaller individual. I mean, not that he is not a fine specimen, but I mean, none of you are quite imposing in stature, but at least you are more meaty. This young man, this slayer of ravens, seems a little smaller than you.
I don't think that should be his official title. He missed the bird. So.
No, as I said before, I forgive you for your ignorance. So, smaller man, Aesir. But tell me about yourself.
Yeah, I'm Asia. It's complicated. Yeah, I'm.
You do not share all of the features of your brothers.
They're my half brothers.
I understand. Well, among the Vistani, we are all family, and you will all be welcomed with open arms, assuming you are right.
Well, we are family first, so it is always us looking after one another. I'm sure, which is a bit hypocritical coming from Undar because he literally hadn't seen you guys in years. Well, we are very, very close, right, Sigmundir? Say some rhymes about that, about friendship and stuff.
I'll give back
as
on that one.
your brother seemingly pointlessly spouts rhetoric that you're not even sure he himself follows at this point in his life. As you guys sit there in the wagon, the day draws closer to the end. However, the wagons do not stop. And Sigmundur makes mention that they're pretty sure they're close, and they will ride through the night.
I'm a bit anxious to meet this Madame Eva. She's been spoken so highly of.
She is the wisest and most powerful of the Vistani. She knows all.
Well, does everyone have some sort of general questioning for her? Does anyone have some questions?
I haven't thought of any yet.
Because I have a couple of questions, but I do not want to berate her with it. So perhaps we could assign one of us to speak. And frankly, Sigmundir, you have a beautiful way of putting words, so I think you should introduce yourself.
Okay.
And what do you know if perhaps we'll all end up finding a bit of romance on the way here. Asia with that fine young woman, and Sigmundir with Madame Eva. I'm sure she sounds lovely.
No. I believe I made myself clear that Aesir is not up to the standard that I hold for my daughter.
Well,
Thanks.
never mind then. Okay. Well, I think Asia is a fine young man, so.
Thanks, Undar. I'm gonna walk to the. We're in a wagon, right?
Yeah, walk isn't really. You can move.
So is there a
well,
tarp?
never mind. You guys are all midgets. You could walk.
How does this work? Like, is there a tarp over the head,
Mhm.
or is it
It's
just
a
an
covered wagon.
Cool. And so there's bars.
Yeah, wooden bars. Yeah.
They
So,
look like they could
they're
hold
sort of
a
like
halfling
rafters.
that weighs 45 pounds that has like 15 pounds worth of stuff on him.
Yeah, probably.
Well, at being thoroughly offended, I'm gonna do what I do best and go off by myself because
There is
like that.
like a small little stepping thing on the back of the wagon that you could sit on, so you wouldn't be in the thing. And the
I'm gonna
tarp
get up.
enclosed.
I'm gonna get up on top of the tarp.
Okay, that works too. You climb up onto and you sit there. And as you do, you notice outside the night air has gone much, much chillier. As I stated, it was summer, and the fog is thickening and thickening and thickening as you go forward.
Well, I'm just gonna clutch my amulet and say, Amantor keeps me warm. The Lord of Light is who I follow. And sort of just mumble that back and forth in Celestial to myself.
All right. You do so, and it provides, if no physical difference, it provides comfort, if nothing else. As you, the mist does continue to thicken and thicken and thicken. However, you do eventually notice that the path that you're on enters some sort of wooded area. However, as the clouds and the mists thicken, you can no longer see the stars above your head, and the only light that's provided is the dim glow coming from inside of each of the 6 covered wagons. The one that you're in is about the middle. You guys that are inside, Stanimir has been talking to you guys for a bit, but suddenly he grows silent. We are here. We have entered the valley.
Do I notice any
Guard, all of you.
difference?
It's from inside the wagon. You can tell it's gotten a bit colder. There are lanterns in here providing some light and warmth, so it's not as bad as Azir, who is pretty cold. He's chilly. We have entered the valley. I can tell I am new home. Anyway, we'll arrive in Barovia soon. We should probably all get some sleep. We should be there by first light. And there's he sort of there's benches that you guys have been sitting on in this wagon, and he sort of tucks his way into the corner of one and pulls the beret down over his face, presumably to sleep.
I look over to all my brothers and go, I hope we don't have to dress like them to blend in.
Yes.
Azir, are you sleeping on top of the wagon?
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep up there because I don't want to hang out with the Vistani anymore.
You curl up in your cloak. Does it have a hood?
Yes.
You curl up in your cloak and you draw the hood, trying to contain as much body heat as you can. And it's like late October weather, so like it's really chilly, not quite freezing, but like it's really chilly. And this is fairly surprising since it was like August, September weather, late August, early September weather not too long ago, and now it's like October, November. As the chill grows in and the woods start to surround you, and the mist gets thicker and thicker until you can barely see the wagons in front and behind of yours. You all sleep, and you dream, but it's more dreamlike, if that makes sense. Your dreams are even more out of touch with the sense of reality, and they feel cold and empty almost as you enter this strange dark valley. When morning arrives, Azir, with the clouds and the fog, you can't really see the sunrise, but your internal clock tells you daytime. And the area around you is illuminated, but it's not by the sun specifically that you can tell because the clouds are covering. It's just like it's just not dark anymore. And eventually, Stanimir we are close. I can tell. I will be up front. You would not mind walking from here. The Vistani, when we arrive, or not the Vistani, when we arrive at the gates, they would like to know that we have outsiders. If you could walk on the outside, please, as do not alert suspicion.
Okay. That can be arranged.
Sure.
I hop out of the cart and start walking beside it.
Sigmund dear, perhaps if you could lull your brother off of the roof, would be appreciated.
Azir, come off the roof.
Azir, you stir, and as you pull back your hood, your cloak is it's a rainproof cloak because like most cloaks are water resistant at least, but it's covered in a thick layer of dew, and it like actually like it's accumulated so much over the night that as you stand, it runs off and drips off the bottom, not helping the chill of the morning air.
I'm gonna sort of shake the coat to get the droplets off, but then I'm gonna jump down and do the superhero landing.
And your feet sink into the mud as the path is damp, and you see you're traveling on what appears to be well-worn tracks of wagons. This path has been traveled by wagons before many, many times. And you look to the side of the road, and black pools of water stand almost like obsidian mirrors in and around the muddy roadway, with giant trees looming on both sides of the road. Their branches almost human-like as they appear to claw at the mist with the gnarled, dead twigs coming off of these trees.
I'd prefer to not walk, so I'm going to sit on that little back step of the wagon, just so I'm outside of the covered, but I can still like just sit while we're traveling.
As you guys approach, you notice that the mist begins to thin out slightly. Before you walk into this opening area, and out of the woods, the mist appears to be much dispersed, and you can see very clearly, or not very clearly, it's still kind of foggy, but you can see much more clearly. And then the distance to your right and left are these two massive mountains, and you appear to be approaching the valley in between the two of them. However, what really catches you is on the road in front of you, occupying the entire road from wooded area to wooded area on your left and right, this massive wall with huge gates looms, acting as the entrance to this valley. And the huge gates, they're sort of like they're very similar to the doors to your estate at home. They being very tall oaken doors that curve around the top. And as the first cart in your little caravan approaches, they open up. However, most strikingly is flanking each side of these doors, massive statue of what appears to be an armored knight with a sword watchfully driven into the ground. The head of each of these statues appears to be missing, and you You guys notice as you draw closer, walking alongside this caravan, that the helmeted head of each of those statues lies on the ground at each knight's feet. As you walk through the doors, and as soon as you step over the threshold, you actively shiver as a chill, but not induced by the cold, runs up each of your spines. And as the caravan continues, with you guys walking alongside, as soon as the last cart in the caravan enters, the doors close. You hear from inside the wagon, Stanavir, you can re-enter the wagon now if you wish. We wanted to make sure everybody is aware of your arrival. Again, we try to avoid keeping secrets.
You mean people saw us as we entered?
The gate is not just there for show. It is the entrance to Barovia.
But I didn't see any guards.
He doesn't respond.
I'm gonna give a look to my brothers, see if they're concerned.
He was a little annoyed with the Vistani, so this lack of answering did not help that. So he's... Let me rephrase that. He's not annoyed at the Vistani, he's annoyed at, oh shit, I'm gonna mispronounce his name.
Stanimir?
Stanimir, thank you. Ugh.
Maybe he was talking about those statues there. I don't know. I didn't see anyone besides those things.
The statues, sorry. They were, how large were they compared to us?
Super tall. They stretched to the top of this wall.
Okay.
They were, so, maybe 100 feet even. They were pretty tall.
And they were like knights with their swords in the ground, right?
Yeah, well, not like plunged into the ground, but like your stereotypical knight holding a sword, blade pointed into the ground. With their heads not on their bodies. The road continues, although it cleared out for a moment as probably to accommodate the area around that wall, the woods envelop the side of the road again for many hours until you open into a large clearing, huge. And you do see what appears to be a small township not too many miles ahead.
Are we approaching upon Barovia?
That is the village of Barovia, yes. It is a small and sullen place. We will be traveling past to our camp, where you will meet Madame Eva.
Sure. Will we ever have the opportunity to explore Barovia?
You're free to do as you wish. I am not your master.
Sure. And I'm going to start hanging back a little bit. I'm going to go over to Yorn. I'm going to say, we should have done more research before coming here. This place kind of creeps me out a bit.
Yeah, I don't think I trust them.
Well, I assume that they're all right. It's just this place, the castle, or the giant headless guards, the castle walls surrounding a village. Strange. I hope that we are pointed in the direction of the evil here. Quick. You are known to strike down such evils, right?
Yeah.
Well, let us do that swiftly and hopefully make a return home. As I am now a bit hesitant about the adventure due to the vibe of this place.
Well, late now, Chief. The caravan continues, approaching the small village of Barovia. You approach from the east, and there's lots and lots of buildings. not lots and lots of people. And the Vistani are wordless as the caravan travels through the town, not stopping, coming out the western end of town and following the road. Eventually, you guys, the caravan reaches a bridge crossing a river, and the river is it's very clear blue, sort of evoking like winter sky imagery. Is well, which once again reminds you of the chill of the air invoked in this area. And as you cross this bridge, you enter once again an area of woods, traveling for a few hours more along this road. Eventually, you reach a crossroad with a set of old wooden gallows, which creaks in the wind. A fraying length of rope hanging down from one of the beams. And as you walk by, Azir, you notice a body hangs there in these gallows. Very small body, cloaked, quiver of arrows on its back. As the wind blows the body, you recognize your own face. And as you, what the hell? Look closer. There's no body there at all.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna clutch my pendant and mumble what I was mumbling up above on the tarp to myself in Celestial.
Continue walking or riding as the caravan finally arrives at a camp similar to what you guys saw just outside your estate. However, there are larger, much more permanent tents here, and it's on the shore of this pool that appears to be formed by the river that you saw earlier. The road gradually disappearing by twisted, muddy path. The canopy of mist and branches suddenly gives way to black clouds above as the area that was enshrouded by the woods opens up into this encampment. There are 5 very colorful and like rounded tents, kind of like circus tents, but smaller, appearing to be like residential areas for this place. And a much larger tent, which is more rectangular but still pointed at the top, stands off at the edge on the side of the lake. Near this tent, there are 8 horses that are untied, drinking from the river. And you hear the mournful strains of that, the mysterious instrument, the accordion, that you guys heard your first night. But everything here, although still has that same air and vibe of the Vistani, it's dull, and nobody here is anywhere near as joyous as the land of Barovia itself sucks the life out of even this joyous people. Eventually, the carts all stop. Everybody begins unloading their things, and Stenimir says, "Well, this is it. This is our home. Thank you, and do not mind. You speak with Madame Iva," and he holds his hand over towards the direction of that larger tent. "She's waiting for you." And then he begins unpacking his wagon, paying you guys no mind.
I give up. Well, I suppose we should become acquainted with, Madame Iva. Brothers, together, let's go, please. Not alone.
You lead the way.
Right, of course. Oh, boy, this place is interesting. It's strange that the Vistani people, being so joyous, come from such a shadowy, dark place.
Strange indeed.
I do not know if I'm the best to represent us all to this Madame Ivar. Do we have any volunteers?
I will speak with her.
Well, you seem to have a relative disdain for the Vistani people, so perhaps you're not the best
It's not a
option.
disdain, I would say. It's just they haven't been exactly the kindest.
Well, also
to me.
you slept on the roof of a cart all night in the
'cause
cold.
our host was being a bit of a dick.
Right. It's that stuff like that. I just am worried you'll make a bit of a bad reputation for us. First impressions are important.
Then I nominate you, Undar.
Oh, I couldn't. I'm too busy being distracted by the sound of Avery dying.
Sorry.
Sigmundir, how's your people skills?
They're all right.
Well, I can reason with her if you all wish. As long as I have your all support.
Sure.
Well, I suppose there's nothing left to stop us. And I take a deep breath and I open up the tent.
As you push past this tarp covering, the first thing that hits you is the warm reprieve from the cold air of the morning, and you push past, and there's a smell of like perfumes and incense. And magical flames cast a reddish glow over the interiors of the tent, revealing a low table covered with black velvet cloth. Points of light seem to flash from a glass or crystal orb sitting on this table. The hunched figure peers into its depths. As she speaks, this crone's voice crackles like dry weeds. At last, you have arrived. Undar, I've been waiting for you. We'll come in. Tell your brothers, Sigmundur, Aesir, Gorwell, and Bjorn. Enter as well. I have much knowledge that I know you do seek.
She's expecting us.
Oh,
She does know
Okay.
all.
That is what we have been told. Come on in. I think there's room for everyone in here.
As you guys all walk forward in this warm tent, Gorwell, you notice and recognize on her table is a stack of large cards similar to yours. So, all of you have traveled from very far away. Come here to Barovia. Not many dare to do such a thing. Those who come, few leave.
Well, we were told the Vistani people need some help. And we are here to give that bit of light into this dark, dark place we are in.
Yes. She moves her hands around this orb, and it swirling light and fog from the inside flash, and she looks at it and she says, I've come seeking information to help my people. I have it. As I'm sure you have been told, I am a powerful seer. The future is mine to read like a book. Not unlike your friend Gorwell here. However, with all due respect to you, Mr. Gorwell, I myself am long practiced and powerful. The universe holds no secrets from me. I have the answers you seek, if you only ask.
Well, first off, we are very pleased to be in your acquaintance, Madam Eva. You've been recommended very highly by your peers, or more your subsidiaries, from what it seems. We are but a small family of dwarves looking to help.
Oh, shit. Allow Madame Eva to give you with the information you seek. I'll show you what it is that will help free the land of Barovia from the Dread Lord.
The
He's
Dread
all of you.
Lord, right? Your tyrannous ruler, correct? We've been hearing about him.
Some say perhaps he is even the devil. I know this is not true. He was a man once, before he turned.
Turned
What?
into what?
What he is today. The Dread Lord, the tyrant, the powerful, immortal magician that lies at the top of the castle.
So, what do you all need? We need to enter the castle and convince him to stop?
How do we free the Vistani people?
I can guide you not as far as you go about your mission. All I can provide is help. See, I have a connection to the universe in a way that most people do not. I can see things, I know things, and I could read things. If you wish, I can provide you with information that could be useful to you in your journey in stopping the Dread Lord.
You could tell our fortune more accurately than even Gorwell. Is that what you're implying?
Yes, fortune is a good way to put it. Fates are mystical. But I know. So, is that what you wish? You wish for me to help you? To read your fortune, as you say.
Yes. I would like to know what the future holds for me.
Well then, my boy. Come to the right place. And he holds out her hand, and the cards sort of on their, of their own volition fly up into the air and shuffle themselves. He begins to lay down cards. She does so in laying down the first card. She says, "This card tells of history, knowledge of the ancient, will help you better understand your enemy." One, from her perspective, to the right and above that card. This card tells a powerful force for good and protection, a holy symbol of great hope. Third card. This card tells of power and strength. It tells of a weapon of vengeance, a sword of sunlight itself. A fourth card, reading or stating, this card sheds light on the one who will help you greatly in the battle against darkness. And then a fifth card to give the final shape of, she set them up in that 4-card orientation. And the final 5th card. Your enemy is a creature of darkness whose powers are beyond mortality. This final card will lead you to him.
Do I take the cards with me, or do you keep them?
No. She just laid them out on the table
Okay.
in front of her. And all of you, listen carefully.
I look to Gorwell to see. Sorry, I look to Gorwell to see if like this is normal. Like, is this what usually happens?
I just kind of look over and nod.
And all
Like-
of you listen carefully.
Nothing strange.
Reading will guide you. That first card she flips. And you recognize Gorwell. This is the Five of Stars, also called the Elementalist. The treasure is hidden in a small castle, beneath a mountain, guarded by amber giants, she says as she closes her eyes, holding her hand above these cards. As a note, all of these cryptic riddle thingy message thingies that she will read off. For the sake of the game, if you want me to read them to you later so you can write them down, I will do so. The second card that she laid down, the uppermost card. The Master of Coins, the Rogue. She closes her eyes again. See a nest of ravens. There you will find your prize. The third card on her right. The Three of Glyphs, the Healer. Look to the west. Find a pool blessed by the light of the white sun. The bottom card. Now remember, before she flips it, she says, well, the cards reveal but a single ally. Know that Barovia holds as many friends as it does enemies, if only you know where to look. But the fates will guide you to one such man or woman who will help you. She flips the card. You see, Gorwell, this card is the Executioner. Seek out the brother of the Devil's Bride. They call him the Lesser, but he has a strong soul. And the final card in the middle. Gorwell, you recognize the Seer. Where she finally says, waits for you in a place of wisdom, warmth, and despair. Great secrets lie here. And with that, she snaps her fingers and the cards fly back into the deck. Armed with this knowledge, perhaps you could help land for again the time that watches over us. That is all that Madame Eva has to offer.
Thank you for the reading, madam. I'm assuming that the reading was cryptic for a reason. The fates will not always reveal themselves in clear fashion.
The fates guide me to the information I have given you, no more. So I do wish I could help as much as I can. This is what I have to give.
We
The rest is yours.
greatly appreciate the help. We will free Barovia of this horrible curse and the tyrannous man who reigns over you all.
I hope so. You are not the first to come to these lands brought by my people. You're not the first legion of outside characters to try to help Barovia. Many have tried, and unfortunately, many have died before you. Try to stop the Dreadlord. A powerful man. More powerful even than all of you. Tread lightly. Keep your wits about you. Barovia is a dangerous place.
Of course, but you see those other groups recruited to help. They weren't like us. We are brothers. We are extraordinary men. Barovia will never see another group of heroes like the Alistare brothers.
Hope this bond you all share will guide you against him.
It will.
And the fates watch you, as I know I will. With that, She returns to focusing on this crystal glowing orb.
I'm turn to my brother and say, "Many have failed, but we will succeed." And I
Yeah.
march to the door in my 3-foot fashion.
Yeah. I get sort of this like cocky vibe about it, and I'm like, yeah, like it's like we're getting pumped up for like something big. As we all walk out.
Mm.
As you guys leave the tent, you notice for the first time, far off, there's this large, what appears to be a large pillar of stone, perhaps even a cliff. You can't see it super clearly, and in the fog, it's especially hard to make out. But as a single flash of lightning illuminates, you see the dark figure of a large, imposing castle that appears to be watching over the entire valley. And just as if punctuated by that flash of lightning, a slight drizzle begins to fall. Rain begins to pour. There are many Vistani that are packing things up, or just going about their daily lives. They appear to live here.
Well, I'm not sure where to start.
Well, it kind of sounds like, unfortunately, we have to kill the Dreadlord. And there's a sword of light. I think we should start there.
Perhaps we could find a way to cure him of his ailments. They spoke as if he was such a respected man in the past. I'd hate to throw their country into even more despair by taking him out of control and having an even worse lord take place. I think if we can, I understand our limitations, but if we can restore the Lord to what he used to be. But, in essence, if that fails, we will smite him. But only if that fails. You understand?
I think
Okay.
before we decide, because I think we might, I think the best route is to smite him, unfortunately. But I think armed with history and knowledge of how he came to become the Dreadlord is what we should really seek out first, now that I think about it.
I agree. And funny enough, you should mention that. For the executioner said we should seek out, well, my memory's a bit cryptic, but I believe the Dreadlord's brother.
No, the
I'm
brother of the
incorrect.
bride of the devil was the
Brother of the bride.
I can read you that reading again. Seek out the brother of the devil's bride. They call him the lesser, but he has a strong soul.
So we must find the lesser.
We must find the lesser. I was not aware until now that he had a bride. Maybe we could get information on her as well. She must be rather evil if she's willing to withstand the sins of the Dread Lord.
Or dead.
Or dead.
Well, first, I think we should find a map of this land, because I don't know about you, but I've no idea about any of this.
Good thinking, Gorwell.
Maybe the town has a map.
Right, there was
You do recall there was a town. You came in from the east, and that's the direction in which the town was.
I'll talk to Stanimir. Steve, see if he has a sort of map, or if he does not, how we should get one. But if both of those attempts fail, we should head to the city of Barovia. Seek information.
As you recall your journey through the village of Barovia, city is an overstatement. It is a very small, like pushing shanty town even. Everything there seemed dead and cobbled together. And you saw just in the streets, maybe 3 people. There were not a lot of travelers there. Anyway, if you're looking for Stanimir, he is unloading from one of the wagons and placing the items into one of those tents, those bigger tents.
Well, I suppose I'll walk over. I say to the men, Stanimir, we have spoken.
Yes.
Wow, we have spoken to Madame Eva.
Madame Eva, yes, she knows all.
It seems as though she does. We were looking to procure a bit more information on Barovia. We have a couple of questions for those who have lived in it.
Unfortunately, I have little to tell you. It is a mysterious land, Barovia. If you seek answers, perhaps the township that we passed through on the way here will be your best bet. The village of Barovia itself is a small and sullen place. As Vistani, well, you saw our way of life and you saw it. It's not really compatible. So we try to skirt our distance, at least this little group of us. But perhaps you could start there. That would be my best advice.
All right. But first, do you know anything about this Dread Lord having a bride?
Give me a moment as the dungeon master goes through his notes.
No, it's simple. Just roll a history check. If it's above like a 15, you should be fine.
There's like, in the book, there's like sections that say, these sort of people would know specifically this information. And so I'm just seeing if that is in there. Unfortunately, I know not of this information, the devil holding any sort of bride. Although, of course, I know not much of him. He is a mysterious man. Vistani, our connection is tied closely to him, but things have changed. Our Dread Lord is a man who keeps himself shrouded.
Upon his keep, right?
Yes. Castle of Ravenloft. It is a dangerous place.
Well, we appreciate your recommendation. I believe me and my brothers will head to the township of Barovia, seeking a map, information on this bride, generally just thinking. Thank you, Stanimir, for everything you've done, and escorting us here on your cart was very comfortable. I reach into my bag and go, something to remember us all by, and I'm gonna give him a daisy.
Thank you, friend.
It's a bit
Safe.
It's a bit of brightness in this Solon place.
Does Vistani appreciate such things? And he grabs your face and gives you 2 kisses. One on each.
Yeah, so thanks. I'm sorry. I have not bathed in quite some time. I apologize. Anyways, we should get going.
Great. Yes, I too have my own things I must attend to. I have not seen my wife in some time, and I do plan on making sweet, sweet love.
You did not need to tell me that.
He walks into the tent.
So, once I get out of earshot of the tent, I will talk to my brothers. It seems as though heading to the township of Barovia is our best bet.
Maybe they know maybe someone there will know something about the lesser.
So is that our ambition to pursue first? Finding this sword bathed in light?
The lesser, I believe, is... I don't know.
Was the lesser not attributed to the weapon? Maybe.
No, that was like knowledge and
the lesser
history.
was attributed to
The
an
executioner.
enemy of Strahd. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that would be the way we would figure out how he's...
Again, I know a lot of that was like info dump. So
I tried to write it down as fast as I could.
If you need anything clarified, just let me know.
The healer one.
Yeah, what was the healer?
That was notes time. The card, the healer, was the second, the third card, which was attributed to the Weapon of Light. And as a note, the card itself isn't really like the important bit. It's the reading that she gave. And with that card, which was attributed to the weapon made of light, her reading was: look to the west, find a pool blessed by the light of the white sun.
And what was the second one attributed to?
A nest of ravens?
The second card was attributed to a holy symbol, I believe. A powerful force for good and protection, a holy symbol of great hope. The reading for that card was: I see a nest of ravens. There you will find the prize.
And what was the first one about Amber Giants attributed to?
The first card. This card tells of history. Knowledge of the ancient will help you better understand your enemy. The reading for that card was: the treasure is hidden in a small castle beneath a mountain, guarded by amber giants.
Right.
There is one card that we have not gone over in this review session. The final card, which was: your enemy is a creature of darkness whose powers are beyond mortality. This card will lead you to him. The reading for that was: he waits for you in a place of wisdom, warmth, and despair. Great secrets are there.
If we are looking for knowledge, the first one is all about that.
Exactly. Upon further consideration, looking for knowledge, if that is what we were going for, this small castle beneath the mountains is our first target. Again, if we can find a map of this location, or information about any of these, we will attempt to find the one easiest and most readily available to us.
Yes.
Are we in the township of Barovia?
No, I don't think you guys actually decided to make your way there.
Oh, I thought we were walking there while we were having this conversation.
I would like to.
All right, cool. In that case, while you guys are talking, I check a rule. So, just a moment, please. Sorry about this. I didn't know we were traveling. So there are different types of travel speed in D&D. There's fast, medium, and slow, basically. And the faster you're going, the slower you're going, the quieter you can be. So I don't know if you guys have a travel pace that you guys would like to take.
We're probably not going fast because we're not running.
We should keep a An even pace, but no need to rush.
All right. So, oh, I totally forgot. I was going to do this at the beginning of the sessions. I also need everybody's passive perception.
Um,
11.
That was 11 for Undar.
I asked Rick how to do this, and he said, we never use it, so don't worry about it.
I use it all the time. Super important. 10
10.
plus whatever your perception bonus is.
Love you,
What the fuck is
Tom.
my perception bonus?
Yeah, I think me and Garrick had the exact same answer for that because
Yeah.
we were
Oh.
playing Overwatch.
It's fine. We'll
We
just
never
roll
use it.
perception checks if we're looking for something. It's
Yeah,
fine. You don't
what
need
the
to worry
fuck is
about
my perception bonus?
Well-
you roll a perception check if you're looking for something, but if you're just cruising, then you use your bonus, or I mean your passive.
Okay, what is my passive perception bonus? Where do I find that?
If I ask you to make a perception check, you'll roll a skill check, and there should be a bonus next to the perception skill.
Should be in wisdom.
So
Yeah,
is
it's a
it like
wisdom
my
skill.
wisdom modifier?
Are you proficient in perception checks?
No, I'm not.
Then
then
it's
it's
just your
just
wisdom.
your
yes.
wisdom.
What was that? Okay, 14.
14.
12.
Avery. Jared's
13.
is 12. Avery's is 13. And Azure.
15.
50. Ooh, perceptive boy. You're playing a rogue.
Mhm.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much. You guys said you'll be traveling at the normal travel pace. That's 300 feet per minute, 3 miles an hour, or 24 miles in one day.
When we rode on horse, how long did it take to get from the township to the location of the sort of town of the Visanti?
It was just
Visanti.
about an hour.
Okay. As we are walking, I have my shield out, but not my spear.
All right.
I'm actively walking unarmed.
Okay.
And as like for the future, it is safe to assume that my shield is always out unless I specify otherwise.
Can we see anything?
Yes. It's daytime.
Okay.
Oh,
You said there were like black
There-
clouds, so I was just
Mhm.
worried. I didn't know.
it's the sun is not out, and since you entered the Valley of Barovia, even in the daytime, the sun is not prevalent.
But its visibility is still okay. It's okay at best.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of
Like,
like
you
a dark
won't- you won't
cloudy.
ta-
Oh,
You won't take any penalties to unless I note, hey, you're taking penalties. You won't take any penalties to perception or anything like that. You guys walk for a while, back on the road in the direction from which you came. And it's for a hot minute, about a half hour ish. It's relatively boring. The ground is very muddy, and your boots kind of However, eventually you come across a strange man. He looks like an older fellow, gaunt. He has very wild hair, and he has bare feet. And as you guys are walking through the woods, he turns towards you, and he's like kneeling down on the ground, and then he starts running at you guys on all fours. You can't tell if it's a man or a woman. And he runs towards you guys and stops not too far away, sniffs the air, and starts laughing hysterically as this old man is. And as he's laughing, you see crawling on the ground around him. It looks like branches, but assembled into a humanoid-esque figure as they move towards you. I'm gonna have everybody roll initiative.
What the fuck did we?
Not
the random
a fan.
encounter. There's specific rules for random encounters when you're traveling through the Barovia, and they're awesome. Like they're so amazing. So eventually, when you guys are traveling, weird shit might happen. And it just so happened that I rolled to make weird shit happen the very first time I rolled for it. It was wonderful.
I have not good initiative.
Sorry. I did not expect to have the random encounter thingy activate on the very first roll, so I'm not as prepared as I should have been. I apologize if I seem flustered just for this moment. All right. Can I get your guys' initiatives?
18.
Alrighty.
18.
Sorry, I should have specified. Above 20, anybody?
We're dwarves, man. We're not very
Fair
fast.
enough. Bjorn?
18.
Also an 18 for Gorwell.
Avery, you just share initiative with everybody.
All the time. Always shared initiative.
All right. 10 to 15. 15 to 20, and then 10 to 15. I'm
11.
11.
12.
All right. Sig. Ready? Undar, what's yours?
3. Sorry, 2. Not a fast boy.
Fine. Gotta find everything in the. As you guys are standing here in the middle of the woods, suddenly this crazed old person thing on all fours runs up to you, and as he rips a stick out of the ground and charges towards you, Bjorn, with your weapon drawn, and he goes to whack you on the top of the head with a stick. It's going to be a 17 to hit.
1 second.
Sorry, 19 to hit.
Okay, that does. A 17 does not.
All right. And that is, as he raises this stick that he just ripped from the ground, is now using as what appears to be an improvised staff. You see it sort of tackle with these, it looks like green electricity is arcing up down this thing, and he whacks you across the side of the face. And you will take 4 bludgeoning damage as he and with that, Bjorn and Gorwell, it is your guys' turn.
He just hit me, so I'm going first. Sorry. I am going to attempt to hit him with my spear.
All right.
And as a war cleric, I can do so twice, 4 times a day.
Okay.
The first one's a 7.
A 7 will miss.
The second one's a 15.
That hits.
Okay. And that is 9 damage.
9 damage. All right. So, with that, you, after getting whacked on the side of the face, and you've been hit with a stick before, I'm assuming you're a combative dude. You've been whacked with a stick before. But this, like, seems to, after that magical energy arced up the side of the staff, it seemed to hit with more force than usual. And so you're like, oh, this dude, did he really just, okay, you have to die now. And you brandish your long-bladed spear, as it has almost like a short sword-esque blade at the top. And you twirl it around with your shield in front of you, and you thrust forward, and it cuts the side of his face, and he Gorwell, you're up.
How close is he to Bjorn?
To
In
Bjorn?
my face.
Yeah, they're in.
Okay, so
whacking
is
distance,
he the only one that's close to him, like within melee distance?
These small, like they look like people made of branches, but also like 2 feet tall. Have sort of like scattered around and are starting to surround you guys.
Okay, so I don't want to hit Bjorn with this, but I want to I want to like look to the side of Bjorn so I get the guy and then some of the little stick people.
All right.
But I
You
would
could
like
get-
to.
You could get about half the stick people. There's 8
Okay.
of them. I should have. There's as soon as this guy saw you, he started running towards you, and 8 little stick people followed behind him.
I'm going to use burning hands
Okay.
and just kind of torch this area.
All right.
So
that's
make a
dexterity hit
Yeah.
throw for all of them, right?
Yes.
Alrighty. The dude, he rolled probably fails. Honestly, they probably all fail.
13 is a DC, so
Oh yeah. One of the twig dudes. Sorry, 2 of the twig dudes succeed. However, the man will take the full damage.
okay. 3d6, boys. That is going to be 8 fire damage on the fails and 4 on the successes.
All right. You notice that the twig dudes, as soon as any fire touches them, they and all 4 of them you hit with as you splay your hands out in front of you, and you invoke the divine power of the gods that you and your family fight for. You splay your fingers out forward, and it's like a flamethrower as it scorches across the muddy road, and it catches this man, and he. And as soon as all 4 of them that you caught within this gout of flame, they all, and as soon as the fire dies down, they're gone. He's still.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. With that, it is Sigmunder, your turn.
Alright. I will brandish my flamberge. Hold it on. Bring it like this.
Mhm.
And then say, "Gone, gone, the blessed mind. Rise the focus that you can find."
Okay.
And then I'm going to charge the crazy old man and attack him
All right,
with
as
my sword.
you unsheath this massive curved sword from your back. You hold it out in front of you and chant something to your god before you bring it up over your head in a large overhead blow. Go ahead and roll a hit.
That's a 10.
10 misses, unfortunately, as you seem to have given yourself away with your battle cry. And he moves over to the side as you sink the blade into the mud and rip it free from the ground. You ready yourself for whatever may come next. Azir.
It's kicking butt time. The Lord of Light is my savior. It's time to shed on some light on this crazy old fool. And I'm going to whip out my short sword and then whip out my dagger. As far as I'm aware, that's kosher.
Yes, when you make your offhand attack, which I'm assuming is the dagger,
You
will
don't
not
add-
add proficiency bonus. To
When
the
I
attack
read
roll.
it, it said you wouldn't add your ability modifier
It
either.
might be.
When I read through the rules,
It's either one or the other. Go ahead and make your first attack. I will look up the rule for the second one.
well, because yeah, it should be in Chapter 9 combat. Okay. And I get my sneak attack bonus as well, right? Because I got boys within
You have
5.
adjacent friends, yes.
Yay!
What is that to hit?
16.
First attack? 16. That hits. So, and I have that up just a sec. Yeah, you were right. It's no ability score added. So, yeah, no ability score added. So you can make that second attack against him as well.
Okay. And so that second one is going to be a 13.
That also hits.
Cool beans. And both of those get sneak attack, correct?
Nope. Sneak attack is
just the first one?
Or once per round. Sorry.
Once per. Then it's just so it'll just be my first.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So
I feel much better DMing D&D, where I actually know how the rules work, as opposed to Star Wars, where I'm frantic about literally everything.
That first one, that's 14 damage.
All right.
And then the second one is 4 damage.
All right. So you guys see, you see your brothers struggling with this old crazy man who just came out of nowhere, and the whole thing is just weird. So you throw your cloak to the side and unsheath both of your weapons, a dagger in your offhand and a sword in your first, and you charge forward. And you use the fact that he's distracted dealing with your friends, and so you come up behind him, and as you push your swords into the sky, how do you want to do this?
Cool. I'm going to stab him through the side with my short sword and kind of use that to sort of flip myself behind him. And then without breaking eye contact from Undar, I'm going to slowly slit this guy's throat and say, I'm ready.
All right. As you rush forward, you brandish your sword in a forward grip position. And as you come up towards him, you shove this blade into his side before kicking off the ground and using it as a pivot point to land around him. Where in your left hand, you have your dagger ready. You put it to his throat. As you look over at your brother, proving yourself after he seems to have possibly doubted your abilities before. I told you I'm ready. And the blood pours forward, soaking your hands before you. And as soon as this guy dies, the twig people that haven't been burned to death and disperse into the woods.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, that was something.
And then Ronan
Well
just...
done, Aesir.
But we did not know his intentions. Perhaps he could have been reasoned with.
He attacked
He
first.
hit me with a stick.
I understand, but he didn't ask why. I mean, maybe this is his land. He thought we were intruders. Maybe those
You are
stick
a
people were
fool.
his family. I'll check the area for anything else. And I'm going to take my Kanabo off my back and say, Odin, seer of all, show me that which cannot be seen. And I'm going to use my divine sense to detect if there are any celestial, fiend, or undead within 60 feet.
As you...
I'm gonna like push it into the ground like a power, like a, and then from it, it's gonna be like, and then my mind is just gonna like ping anything that is around me.
Your senses briefly seem to leave your body, as you, it's almost like a radar given to you by the gods. And as you open your eyes, you guys see his eyes have been replaced with that of a raven. And Undar, your vision, granted to you by the great Allfather Odin, You seem to see briefly through the eyes of a raven that's not truly there, as you see overhead above you, and your vision flies down towards the ground, and you notice that there appears to be some sort of undead, often in the woods not too far to your to the north of you guys, and another group of several undead off to like the south by southeast area. As this entire land seems to be soaked in the necromantic and dark magics. Before your eyes, return to normal.
We're in horrible danger. Let's get moving.
Wait. I want to approach the now deceased old man. And does he have anything on him?
No. He is barely clothed, just enough to cover what need to be covered. And he didn't even have that stick that he used as a weapon. You saw him tear it out of the ground initially. He does not appear to have any physical belongings.
Okay, let's get going.
Yes, and as we start walking briskly, I'm going to say, while I don't agree with murdering him immediately, we are in a lot of danger due to the necromantic readings I'm getting in the area. Anyways, let's move, but this time very quickly to Barovia.
All right, you guys.
That
walk
is
briskly.
I would like to
for the
walk
remainder of the
briskly. If
journey.
people have a problem with that, let me know. I would like to move briskly.
Azur's gonna try and catch up with Undar because he wants to talk to him.
As you guys take off you're like mall walking through the woods as you want to keep a pretty quick pace after this very strange encounter. As a crazy old druid man just jumped out of the woods and started attacking you guys with a stick. You guys make your way towards the village of Barovia, walking fairly quickly. And Undar, as you heft your cudgel onto its place on your back, you notice your smaller brother Azir walks up to you.
Undar,
Yes.
did I do good?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean. You murdered a man.
You asked if I could handle myself if I was ready.
Oh. Yes. Yeah, I suppose you are. I didn't even have time to react, and I went, oh, what am I going to do now? And I look up, and you cut his throat open. I was impressed by your speed and proficiency with the blade.
I'm gonna give his leg a hug.
That being said, we should be watchful of when we use that in the future. But also, he did hit first. But never start fights. Always end them. You understand?
Yes.
That's what Father always taught me, and I intend to live that through myself.
As you guys walk forward, you eventually cross that bridge over the river again into that larger opening area, and you approach the village of Barovia. It's a small town. However, they seem to have crammed quite a bit of people here. It appears to be maybe 150 feet from this side of town to the other. But like I said, lots and lots of houses crammed to that small area with a few larger buildings, but most of them appear to simply be homes.
Wait. And before we step into the district of buildings, I want to take a step in front of my brothers and be like, when we enter, and actually when we eventually defeat the great evil plaguing this land, people will ask, who were those men? And so I was trying to propose maybe we have a name to call ourselves before we enter. Any suggestions?
The Alistare brothers.
That makes sense, yes.
What were you thinking, Undar?
Well, I had a bit of an idea rolling around. I heard of a man once. He was a very powerful magic user who raised children to be excellent heroes, and he called them his X-Men. See, because his name was something Xavier, and so I figured we, instead of the X, could be the A-Men. What do you think?
You know, that's a great idea.
It's a lot faster than saying the Alistare brothers.
Agreed, but, informalities, if that's the case, we'll say Alistare Brothers, but I think the Amen is a lot catchier.
Rolls off the tongue a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot more heroic.
Yorn?
Amen to that. Sorry. It was too easy.
Agreed.
Amen it is. Let's go, brothers.
Right.
We have much work to do.
Walk forward, christened newly as the Amen, into the town of Barovia. It's like I said, it's a very kind of depressing village to be in, as the towns are all, the buildings in the town are all not like in ruin or even as far as dilapidated, but they're not really well kept. And there's an unspoken air of sorrow around the town as a few people bustle quickly from one building to the next. There's never probably more than 10 people in the streets at the time, as people seem to be focused on getting from point A to point B and not really meandering much in the meantime.
Is there like a general store or tavern?
As you walk into town, you approach the central area, the crossroad area, and there are two larger buildings, one to your left and one to your right, as you are standing in the middle of the town facing east. One of which has a sign over the door creaking on its hinges. It says Bildrath's Mercantile. That's the one on the right. And the one on the left, a slightly larger building, there's a sign that hangs over the door just barely. One of the hinges is broken and it hangs by a thread. It says Blood of the Vine Tavern. And at this point, you've reached what you would guess is about midday as you stand here.
There's
Okay.
Well, it's been, 12 hours? I suppose you dwarves could use a drink.
Well, I was going to say we should check out what seems to be a general store first. You never know, they might have a map of the land.
Interesting. I figured you'd all be for the bottle, but I suppose you're still sensible. Yes, Bildrath's Mercantile. Mercantile, I don't know.
Mercantile.
Okay, whatever.
You guys walk in. It's a fairly, like I said, it's a much larger building. The average is probably about 70 by 40 feet. And all across the walls, there's just your general stuff. There's just your average everyday items. Nothing like too fancy. There's glass bottles, there's clothing, there's chests, and there's a single man behind a counter, sort of set up like a pawn shop, and there's a man behind the counter. He appears pretty bored.
Walk up to the counter. Hello.
Right, can I? The hell? You're all tiny.
Well, not all of us. I'm average, well, above average, where I come from.
This 6-foot-tall man looks down at you. Yeah, all right. Average, sure. Anyway, what can I get for you?
Do you have any maps of this land?
I mean, I could point you around where the tavern is. I could send you to the church or the cemetery, or I could even show you where the Burgomaster's mansion is, but I don't have maps of the valley, if that's what you're asking.
Do you know where we could get a map of the valley?
As far as I know, damn few even exist. You guys must be new here to Barovia, aren't you? Not many people go around outside. Certainly not long enough to map anything in any great detail.
Well, if you don't have a map, how much would it be for 5 glass mugs?
5 mugs? What are you looking to drink? This isn't a tavern here.
Well, I make my own drink.
All right. Well, last mug. Just give me a second. Looking in my directory, I could give you a glass bottle.
A glass bottle mug, same thing.
That'll be 10 gold pieces.
For 5?
For 5 of them, yeah. Oh no, for
Okay.
1. Sorry. My math is terrible.
Ooh,
10 gold for 1 bottle?
Listen, it's glass. This stuff it's skilled artisan craftsman stuff. I don't know.
All right.
do you have 5 tankards then?
Tankards?
Something a
Or
little
like,
cheaper?
yeah, 1 sec. Let me look at my thing again. I got buckets, if you want buckets.
Buckets could work.
How much for a bucket?
Gorwell, I have a water skin if that's what you need.
Well, you know, just something for crafting booze on the go.
Oh. I did keep this 1 glass from the Alistare Manor.
You know, let's see if we can go snag one from the tavern.
All right, if you're not planning on buying anything,
But
I'm gonna have to ask you to get the hell out.
Understandable. We're actually looking for information as well. Did you mention a Burgomaster's keep?
Burgomaster, he's a manor. I wouldn't call it a keep. It's a mansion, maybe.
How
It's
do
a
you
big
spell
house.
that?
Burgomaster?
Yes. Also,
Also,
what the hell does that mean?
it's like a German or Dutch term for mayor, basically. I looked it up because I didn't know either. I also don't know that I'm pronouncing it right. I'm just reading it how it's spelled. EURGO, master.
What's his name? Do you know?
Burgomaster Collion, I think.
Coley?
Colidi, I don't know. I don't talk to the guy. He's just the head of town here. Colia something.
Where his manor. Would this look something like a small castle?
Hell no. It's barely a big house.
Oh, understandable. Sorry. But also, if I were to be looking for him, where could I find him? Where could I find this manor?
It's on the edge of town, south end.
Thank you.
The intersection's just outside there. If you head on the south direction in that intersection, you'll find the house eventually. But nobody's seen the Burgomaster for quite some time now, so I don't know if he's there or not.
He disappeared, or he stays
I don't
indoors?
know. like I said, I don't know the guy personally. Only sort of even remember the man's name. I just know that nobody's seen him lately.
Oh.
Now, are you going to pay for anything?
No, but I do have something for your troubles. I'm gonna slap down a gold piece.
Oh, I thought he was gonna give it, but like a daisy.
Thank you. I guess. Anyway, much obliged. Now kindly get the hell out.
It's not very kind.
Hey, well, I don't take too kindly to outsiders here in Barovia anyway. Hey, Periwinkle! If these 5 bimbos don't get out of here, make sure they do!
Did I just get called a bimbo? I'm leaving.
You know, for being the so-called saviors of this land, or future they should probably start acting a little nicer.
Well, they don't know us yet. We'll just have to make sure that they meet our acquaintance in a positive way. I suppose we are heading to the Blood of the Vine Tavern.
Well, I'm interested in this mansion, quote unquote.
The Burgomaster's mansion is definitely a place I would like to go, but as of now, we are closer to this tavern.
Yes.
All right, you guys head outside. And there is a single shaft of light spilling from the doorway. It is getting late. As I said earlier, it's like past midday. There's a single shaft of light going through the door of this Blood of the Vine Tavern. It appears to be relatively quiet. There isn't the usual boisterousness that you're used to taverns having.
Is there literally anyone in there?
Yeah, do you guys go inside?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you go in, there is sitting behind the he's sitting behind the bar. He's a pudgy little man. He sort of like Danny DeVito, but not a god. He's got a real dirty apron in, and because he's a barkeep in a D&D world, he's wiping a glass clean. There are 3 you can tell from their dress as well as their skin color. They're much darker and tanner than most other people. There are 3 Vistani fellows sitting around a table. They appear to be talking in Vistani. And there is one final man, a large, muscular, athletic-looking man with shoulder-length blonde hair, sitting at a table. And he appears to be drinking.
Well, what do you think? Jorn, Sigmundir, you seem to be very muscular. Maybe you should go talk to that man.
You're muscular as well, Undor.
What?
You are also
He said you're muscular as well.
I suppose, but you seem more of his type. Gorwell?
And
That barkeep looks pretty. You guys look like you could get along. Maybe ask him a couple questions.
Just because I said I can make my ale doesn't mean I get along with all bartenders.
Sure,
as you guys are standing there, the blonde man from the table looks up and you're outsiders, aren't you? Come, have a seat. Let me buy some drinks.
Oh, well, thank you for inviting us, and I'm going to come and sit down at the table. Come on,
We'll be
guys.
right up.
Offered to buy us drinks.
Eric, can I get 5 glasses of wine, please? And Eric, goes over to.
Interesting.
He grumbles to himself, and he comes out with a tray holding 5. Just like they're not like wine glasses. They're just they're like tankards basically, but they're full of wine. And he puts them on the table, and he's like, "Oh, it's going on your tab." Then he's like, "Yes, I know." these new friends. I thought I might as well introduce myself. My name is Ismark Kolyanovich, and the barkeep, as he picks up the platter to leave, he's like, "Don't let the little bastard fool you. He's Ismark the Lesser. Kid's a little runt." And he grabs his tray and he walks back into the bar. Ismark holding a glass of wine, sipping from it happily. Well, not happily, but he's sipping from it.
I'm sorry, you're not Ismark Koyanovich?
Oh, I am. Why?
He just said that you were.
Oh, that's a little thing. People, they call me Ismark the Lesser because my father, he's the burgomaster of the town, and well, it's a big shadow that he casts over me, big shoes to fill, so, they just like to give me shit. They're fine. They're nice people, I guess. I honestly shouldn't even say that. The Barovians, they're a sour bunch. Granted, so am I, so that's how it is.
Koyanovich, you're the burgomaster's son.
Yes, my father, Kolyan Indrovich. He's a good man.
Wait, do you have a different
Yeah.
last name from your father, or did I hear you incorrectly?
Kolyanovich means son of Kolyan
Oh,
in Barovia.
interesting.
You're definitely not from around here. Where are you from?
We are from the. Well, we are all from different walks of life, but we all come from the same childhood home of the Alistare estate. It's not from around here, from
Yeah, I can tell.
what I can see.
For one thing, the tallest of you is mere 5 foot. Listen, you're not one of those not one of those gnomes I hear him talk about, are you?
Oh, what is that? And I'm gonna turn and look at my brothers in offense. Gnome?
Well, you
We
see,
are
obviously we're
dwarves.
people.
We're real people, not gnomes. My apologies, sir.
No offense, but I suppose we don't get many outsiders around here. Those that we do get don't last long. He always makes short work of them.
The Dreadlord.
Sorry?
He always makes short work of them.
Oh, right, the Devil Strahd. And on the name Strahd, you hear flash of lightning from outside.
He who must not be
He,
So-
he occupies that castle that I'm sure you saw on your way in. Listen, you look, employable. Could I ask you guys a favor?
Yes.
Certainly.
But before you do, might I ask a bit of a personal question?
Right? What's that?
You don't happen to have a sister, do you?
Yes, I do. Why?
Just wondering. Continue.
I actually was asking you if you could help me with something regarding her.
Wait, you're asking
Between-
us to help you with something to do with your sister.
Right? Listen,
I'm gonna glance around to make sure everyone's on the same page, and
Yeah,
they call
you could-
you the Lesser.
Hmm.
I want to. My sister is well, she's had a troubled past, and she, fortunately for her and my entire family, but specifically her, for reasons unknown to any of us, the Devil Strahd has taken a liking to her. She's not safe here in Barovia. There's another township far to the west. I was wondering if you would help me get her there. At least that way she wouldn't be right underneath the bastard. Listen, if you could help me with this, I will owe you all.
That is certainly something that we would like very much. Your sister's name, could you just inform us?
Irina
Irina Koy...
Kolyana.
Kolyana. Irina Kolyana. Irina, this Strahd has, would you say, attempted to make her a bride?
I don't know the details. All I know, our house has been under siege by Strahd for a few weeks now, and in the past she's had run-ins with him personally.
Do you mind if we speak to her?
Yeah, she promised to help. Help me
Yes.
get her to Krezk.
Krezk
Yes,
is the
yes.
name of this town.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, yes, Krezk.
We're,
As I said, though, Strahd, he wants her badly. He will
We
stop at
understand.
nothing to get her. It could be troublesome.
Frankly, and I look towards Yorn on my right, Sigmundir to my left, Azer across from me, and then I kind of look at Gorwell and then skip over him. Frankly, he should be scared to have an encounter with us. I shouldn't have
Right.
said that. I will definitely regret saying that, won't I?
Honestly.
What I meant
You're
to
new
say
here.
is
And,
we will keep her protected at the cost of whatever we possibly can give.
I love my sister dearly, and I would trade my life for hers. So when I ask this of you, I'm not doing so lightly.
I hope you would know that I would trade my own life to possibly help those in need at no cost. I cannot speak for my brothers, but I, for one, would do that in a heartbeat.
I think this could maybe deal a blow against the Dreadlord, and of course, that's why we're here, is to get rid of him. So of course I'm
Yeah.
in.
To stop
Right,
the
well,
life.
Why would he want
We should be
himself?
off then. And he finishes his wine and slams the tankard on the table and he says, Eric!
We didn't hear what you just said.
He
You,
yelled
by the way,
Eric.
when
He
you
closes-
if you ever lean away from your camera, it is significantly quieter.
Like we
yeah,
cannot
sorry.
ever hear you.
He yelled at the barkeep to close his tab for the night. That was it. It was not important. And then he gets up and you follow me.
I pick up the tankard they gave us full of wine, and as I just like start to walk out with it.
If you take the glass, people will yell at you. If that's what you're asking.
Cool. Never mind, I don't do that.
All right, cool.
But before we leave, I like hold it up and like kind of like gestured around the table, like, anybody?
I'm good.
Going once, going twice.
I'll take it.
We're like, go, but go quick. We can't take these out.
Go.
We can't have an open container on the street.
You guys head out, and it's begun to rain fairly heavily. As he starts making his way down the street towards that mansion, he says, "We must hurry. As I said, we've been assailed at night. It's not safe." He makes his way very briskly towards the mansion. As you approach, a wary-looking mansion squats behind a rusted iron fence. The gates having been twisted and torn, the right gate lies cast aside, torn from the hinges, and the left gate just barely hanging on. Weeds have covered what was probably once a fairly nice garden on the front lawn, and against the walls, the heavy growth has been trampled to make a makeshift path. She leads you through this yard. You notice on the walls of the mansion itself there are various clawed scratch marks. This house has been assailed by some sort of terrible beast.
This is unsettling.
Not even imagine fighting something when it tears apart your own home like this.
As you guys approach the window, Ismark on the door, and a little opens up a little eye slot thingy, and you see two brown eyes. Ismark, is that you? Yes, Irina. I've brought some people who say they can help us. They can help you. As you hear lock after lock after lock get undone, the door finally opens, and a tall, beautiful woman, brown eyes and long auburn hair, looks at you guys. You notice she looks nothing like Ismark, despite apparently being related. He's paler, blonder, and much more gruff, chiseled looking, and she's exquisite is a good word for her. She's a very beautiful woman, like I said, with very noble and high features and long reddish brown hair.
Good to meet
Go
you,
in.
Irina. We're here to help.
Get inside.
Yes, of course. Hurry. And actually, I'm gonna gesture everyone in, and as we're walking in, I'm gonna take one look around because I'm a little paranoid.
The interior of the mansion is well furnished, yet the fixtures all show signs of wear. It's a fairly old place. Noticeable oddities are boarded up windows and the presence of holy symbols all over the place. There's similar to yours, Azir, but they all seem to evoke this image of the sun, but the detailing is a bit different. And you notice a man lying off to the side of the room. There is a small, simple wooden coffin with a man lying in it, surrounded by flowers and the faint odor of decay.
Is that your father?
Yes, that was our father, Kolyan. He couldn't withstand the constant attacks against the house, and I'm afraid his heart gave out 2 nights ago. We built the coffin for him, but we haven't brought him up to the graveyard just yet. So it's too dangerous.
So, Irina, we're here to discuss the details in escorting you to a nearby town of, well, not nearby, but a town of Krezik.
Ismark, I told you I'm not going until he is laid to rest. Ismark says, Irina, I know, but we can't afford to take the risk. We can't take him to the cemetery because he could get caught. We have to get you out of here soon. It's not safe here. She's like, I know, but I told you I would not leave. He turns back to you, Undar. Listen, little man. I told you, my brother, and now I'm telling you. I'll not leave until my father is laid to rest proper.
I understand wanting to give such a man a proper send-off. I think, well, actually, brothers, what do you think? I personally think we should help bury this man and pay our respects, despite the obvious danger.
I have a height question. How tall is Irina?
She's like probably 5'10" ish, 5'11". She's fairly tall.
Who's the shortest of our dwarf brothers besides me?
You?
Like Gorwell?
I think Gorwell after you.
I'm 4'3".
If I were to sit on Gorwell's shoulders, would we be roughly the same? Would like the top of my head roughly line up with
Oh,
Irina's?
you guys would be 7 foot tall stacked on each other.
Like,
like a head taller than her.
but sitting, not standing.
Oh, then yeah, that'd be about maybe just a little shorter if you're like on his shoulders.
Why?
Elaborate decoy system.
I'm gonna look towards Yorn immediately and be like,
What's your plan? Irina says.
Asia. Elaborate.
So obviously you don't want to leave unless we bury him. But the Dreadlord Strahd is looking for you.
On the name Strahd, she noticeably flinches. And her hand goes to her neck where she...
Do we notice anything about
Yeah,
her
I'm gonna
neck?
take a little peek when she rubs her neck.
When she puts her hand down, you notice 2 scars that look like puncture wounds.
Reggie. The wound on your neck.
I'll have it known.
I'm trying to help you,
He's
and
not
I
a-
am
don't-
not a gnome. I am not a gnome.
Azer.
All right, dwarf then? I don't know. We don't get many outsiders here.
I'm sorry, just those markings are unusual.
Yes, there were.
Are you in any pain? Perhaps I could take a look. I don't mean to intrude. I just am a bit of a medicine man myself.
I'm fine. It's an old wound.
How
When I was younger, Strahd spoke with me, and he left his marks.
How old were you?
I don't know. It's all fuzzy. Anytime he's around, he has a way with things. He make you do things.
As in, like, he has specific control over you, or just everybody in general? Like
Anybody, as far as I know.
Okay.
These were from him, and she pulls back her sleeve, and there's another similar bite wounds on her arm. These as well. He's marked me. It's his. His sick lover, his foul bride, wishes me to be his own. I will not stand for it.
Does he, like, if you were to be, you know what? Here's my plan.
Your plan?
My idea. If I stack myself on top of Gorwell, we'll be roughly the same height as her. You two flank, and I point to Undar and Bjorn, flank Irina. And you, her brother, stand with us. Hopefully that can, if Strahd's, if the bad guy who lives in the castle sees us.
You can say his name, fool.
Yeah.
I know.
He's not Voldemort.
I didn't want to make you uncomfortable. Anyway, maybe that'll confuse him just enough that we have a bit of an edge.
I cannot believe I'm agreeing with you.
That
Wait.
What do you... I'm confused. What do you...
We're gonna
What
put
does
on
you
this.
on my shoulders have anything to do with protecting her?
You look
We're
roughly
gonna-
the height of
you-
Irina.
We're gonna.
I don't see why you need this elaborate... As long as you can get my father laid to rest proper. I will leave with you. I don't need any such tomfoolery.
Don't you want to? Do you want to be there when he's buried?
As long as she's buried, I'm not particular.
Cool. Then you can stay here and we'll bury him.
Does he have to
You
be
will-
buried in the graveyard?
Yes.
Yes, and he must be blessed by the priest of the town as well.
We can arrange that as well.
Yes.
Is there any sort of I guess I was going to ask what deity he followed, but the night mother?
Well, the night heavens know.
Okay.
Barovia, almost everybody follows the morning lord.
Morning Lord, that's the holy symbols, right?
God of the dawn. He represents hope, something we have precious little of these days.
Well,
Listen, my brother Ismark, he's a trained fighter. He can stay here and watch over me while you deliver our father.
have you been able to fight off these attacks? Just Ismark?
They creatures that come. They'll do no harm to me. Strahd's made sure that I'm not to be touched. So I'll be okay.
We will, as all of the gods that I follow as my witness, will get this man laid to rest. I understand the importance of such a burial and such a ceremony, and we know it will be a challenge, but we have some people in our midst that I'm fairly confident could guard against any unnatural attacks, right? And I'm looking to my brothers.
Yes.
Yes.
And hurry. Take him to the church at the top of the hill near to town. As soon as you've returned, I will leave with you for Kresik.
I'm going to walk over to this coffin. Does it have a lid? Or a casket, I guess, sorry.
It's the thing describes it as coffin. It's very
Okay.
coffin-like. Yeah, there is a lid that can be placed on it. However, you would presume if they want the priest to bless the body, you shouldn't nail it shut until after that's happened.
We should take the casket and carry it
Mm-hmm.
on our shoulders.
Yes. I will carry the lid.
I was fucking crazy. We were walking down the street like. With the former leader of the town, we're just like fucking vibing down the street.
To be fair, two of us would probably carry this pretty simply.
Right. I certainly will volunteer to carry this thing. Will anyone else care to join?
I'll have
Oh. I mean, the more of us helping, the lighter it is.
I sincerely hope that nothing jumps out at us, but Asia, I would like you to keep a watchful eye as opposed to helping us carry. Again,
I could carry the lid,
well, I mean, we could just put the lid on, I guess, too.
but what if it falls off?
Oh my god.
It's fine. I'll keep watch.
Thank you. And who? So the four of us carry this? I think that's a good idea.
You all pick up the casket, and Ismark walks out to the front door in the rain, and he points up. You can see there's a small hill on the edge of town that has what appears to be a church-like building.
We'll see you in a moment's notice, I'm sure. Anyway, I like up on the shoulder.
On the shoulder.
All right, you guys
That's on
all
the
walk through
shoulder
town.
straps.
As you follow the road, that intersection that you guys met through, you walk up that through that, following the north road, and it veers off to the north by northwest slightly, until top a slight rise against the roots of Pillar Stone, which is the large. As you guys walk up towards this edge of town, in this direction, you see the just basically a huge cliffside, atop which is Castle Ravenloft. It appears that the castle is here specifically to watch over Barovia, almost. And as you walk up this slight rise up to the roots of this pillar stone that holds Castle Ravenloft, there's a gray, sagging edifice of stone and wood. This church is very clearly weathered assaults for centuries. A single bell tower rising towards the back, and there's flickering lights shining through holes in the hinged roof. As you go up against the door, the heavy wooden doors of the church appear to be scarred with claw marks and fire, as there's gouges and deep black lines.
Can someone knock on the door? I'm in the back. Can someone knock on the door? I'm in the back.
Asia.
Asia goes up and knocks on the door.
No answer.
Am I tall enough that I can reach the knobs?
Yes.
Okay.
You're 3 feet tall.
I don't know. Some people are big. And I go and try and open the doors.
It's sort of like the knocker handle thingies, and you... Doors open to reveal a 10-foot wide, 20-foot long, brightly lit chapel hall. The chapel at the end of the hall is what's brightly lit. The hall itself is not lit, and it reeks of mold and mildew. There are 4 doors, 2 on each side of this hallway, but the hall itself, again, leads into an open chapel. You guys know what churches look like. It's very traditional church area.
I look past and I say, Asia, is everything all right in there?
Sorry, as you open the door, you hear faintly what sounds like intense, pain-ridden screams originating from
This
the
changes
chapel
things.
area. Sorry, you started talking and I was like, wait, this is important.
Yeah, Asher's gonna say, somebody's screaming, and he's gonna run towards the screams.
Wait, Asia, no!
Asher,
Get the casket inside. We must investigate.
The sound appears to be originating from the chapel hall. Sorry, Ungar, were you gonna?
I was just gonna say I'm going to lead the charge to carry this casket inside, shut the doors, set it down.
All right. Asia, as you enter the chapel, it's in total shambles. Overturned and broken pews littering the dusty floor. Dozens of candles mounted on candlesticks and candelabras light the entire room in a pitiful attempt to rid the chapel of the dark shadows that encroach from all corners. At the far end of the church, there's a claw-scarred altar. Kneeling in front of it is a priest. He appears to be a priest wearing soiled vestments. And next to him, behind this altar, there's a long, thick rope that travels up into the bell tower. And from beneath the chapel floor, you hear the screaming, which you can now make out as, Father, please help me. Father, I'm starving, please. Help somebody do something, please. And this priest man, he appears to be muttering to himself very, quickly and with great. He almost seems anxious as he quickly rattles off these prayers under his breath. He doesn't appear to have noticed them.
I'm not gonna engage him, but so are there any doors?
To the chapel. You're in the chapel?
Yeah, that would lead down.
There were the 4 other doors in the hallway, the 2 on each side.
As I'm sprinting down the hall after Asia, I'm going to And I'm gonna once again do the radar sense to divine sense anything. Celestial, fiend, or undead.
As you do so, you sense a dark undead presence from underneath the chapel floor. Almost directly underneath where this man is standing, and hearing you and your clattering armor and weapon running in, he, what is it? What do you want?
We brought a body to be blessed.
What's with all the screaming?
It's a private affair. My son, he's in pain. I ask only that the gods, the Morning Lord, please relieve my son of the torment that he faces.
Perhaps I could look at this affliction.
Please, if there's anything you can do to help my son.
What happened to him? Why is he in this state?
Strahd, he's done this. There's a terrible curse on this land. My son. Will you help me? Please.
Yes,
Of course.
we have a body that needs a blessing in to be buried, though, as well. I know that's kind of like a second-hand thing, but I don't want that to be.
There's been a lot of people affected by this Dark Lord Strahd, and we need a body buried properly. A victim of one of Strahd's. So if we can help
anything
your
you can
son,
do to help, I will do my priestly duties on this body, but I need you to help me. Please, he's in terrible pain.
Yes, can you take us to him?
He picks up a candelabra and says, follow me, but I warn you. It's not holy. My son has been desecrated in the most foul way possible. Come with me. And he walks off down that hallway. Sees the casket that you guys have set down. He goes into the room that was closest to the entrance and on the right, and it appears to be was once a bedroom of some sort. And it's a dirty, old room. There's junk strewn about, broken furniture, and he walks over and he pushes the bed aside, or what remains of the bed aside, revealing a trap door where he and you can hear, now that the door's open, the screaming is definitely coming from in here. Father, is that you? Please feed me. I need it. I need the sustenance, Father, please.
was this the undead sign I got from earlier?
All that you can tell is that the undead was coming from under the chapel.
Okay. I'm going to, as we were walking into the room, I'm gonna look at or I'm gonna talk to Yorn and be like, I will try to help him, but if that fails, you know what to do.
Spear off back.
I'm actually gonna draw my weapon as well, but I would like to make note of the specific amulets of the deities dangling off of it. Not using it as a provoked weapon, but more of a holder of all the things. And I will go. We will do the best we can.
As you descend down the shoddy wooden steps into the church's undercroft, you see its rough-hewn walls and a damp. It appears to be an earth floor, basically just dirt and clay. There's rotting wooden pillars that strain under the weight of the ceiling in the church above. However, lit by the flickering light from the candelabra held by the priest, you see what appears to be a gaunt shape in the back of the floor, shackled to one of the pillars off in the corner. Father, here. Oh, thank you, Father. You've brought me food. Thank you. Please. You, all of you, I smell your blood. You will satisfy me. The priest says, no, Doru. That's not why they're here. They're here to help you. He stands in the back room, watching.
Sir, I don't know if you should be here.
My son. I'm a man of the church. Please, help my son.
Then you must know, sir, that sometimes the only way to cure darkness is to burn it. And with that, I'm just going to take a step back and stay close to the priest and let my brothers do their thing.
The second we walk down there, I would like to kind of like just open up my spell book, and from my spell book there's a perfectly cut out in the papers that holds the tarot cards.
Tarot cards?
Tarot cards. So I'm going to pick them up out of my spell book. Or no, sorry, not pick them up. They're going to kind of like float up into the air.
How?
And kind of like, well, I'm going to like
Okay.
open it up, and the cards are going to kind of start floating like in a circle-ish pattern, facing the red pentagrams towards me, and I'm going to kind of like watch them as they swirl around my hand, and I'm going to be sitting there for 10 minutes, casting Identify on the sun.
On Doru?
Yeah.
Well, that's going on because it is a longer process.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any?
Nope.
Are there corpses or anything down here?
Nope.
Okay, good.
It's just an empty dirt basement except for this crazy guy.
He's
was
chained to
his
the
name
wall,
again?
right? You said?
Okay.
Or he's
yes,
chained?
or to one of the pillars.
What is his name?
Doru. Doru.
Is it dark down here?
Yeah, the only light is provided by the candelabra held by the priest, who's
I'm gonna
still standing
cast-
like at the top of the wooden stairs.
The cantrip light on the tip of my spear.
You hold your hafted weapon, and you channel the power of Odin, and his you know that his spear, which is often said to glow when he enters combat and smites his enemies, and your spear does the same as the longer blade begins to emanate this golden light channeled from your god, and you sort of
I'm
hold
done.
it up so you can see.
I'm gonna approach him and try to check him out, see what's going on here.
You. What do you want?
I'm not gonna talk to him. I'm gonna look at him, see wounds or anything.
How close to him do you get?
As close as I can without him being able to touch me.
You get like within basically about as long as you can hold out your spear, but if you get any closer, he begins to bite at you, and you do see he has long or lengthened fangs in his mouth for teeth. Specifically the canines.
Matches the wound's shape on Irina. Must be one of Strahd's beasts.
I smell you. I smell you. Please let me go. I'm so hungry. Please.
Does he have wounds like Irina?
You can't really tell. He's got sort of long matted hair, and you can't get close enough without. As you sort of come closer, you see him strain as hard as he can against the chains before finally.
Oh no!
breaks from them.
Oh, I was not
But
expecting that.
He doesn't lunge forward and attack you. He seems very wary of you guys. As he and Donovich goes and like steps back. Let me out of here. I'm leaving. I will serve my master, and then I can feed. Please, let me go.
I don't know if we can let that happen, but I don't know if we can defeat you either.
I'm leaving.
I'm going to start praying at him. Okay, don't laugh at me. Okay, what the fuck else am I supposed to do?
Is there a mechanical thing you're trying to do here? Or you just,
I'm doing like what the Exorcist, where they're like, the power of Christ compels you.
The power of Christ compels you.
I'm basically
you
just
start,
like,
you mutter divine incantations to one of your gods.
I would
generally
specifically like to invoke Pelor, the god of sun and agriculture, because I'm starting to get suspicions that like some people call gods different things, even though they're probably the same thing. Like me and Gerald, like his god that he worships, I'm like, maybe it's just Pelor, but he calls it something different, stuff like that. Anyway, so I'm trying to invoke what I think is like the morning lord.
Morning lord?
Yeah, which would be Pelor to me, at least. I don't know if it's the same thing, but like I'm going to basically be like,
muttering prayers.
Light, cast out the darkness of this boy, or something like that.
All right. Yeah, you guys notice as your eldest brother Undar hefts his holy symbol ridden cudgel as he says prayers to the god Pelor. Your gods have no place here. It's on Strahd. My master. Let me out, please. I'm desperate. I'm begging you.
I'm gonna unsheath my short sword and one of my daggers. I'm ready for a conflict. And Is there a door?
There is the single door at the top of the wooden stairs that Donovich stands by. Or sorry, the priest. You guys know his name now? My bad.
Yeah. Can I go by
the priest? Yeah, you can stand up by him.
And I'm gonna shut the door.
No. I have to kill every one of you to do what I will.
I want to form a sort of arc around pushing him into the corner with me, Sigmundir, and Yorn. Like I want to like.
You other two, do you join him in doing so?
Aesir's gonna stay in the back, and he's gonna sort of stand between Gorwell and our not so much friend.
Before
I'm still
anything
casting
happens, before anything happens here, I'm gonna cast Healing Hands on myself, or Cure Wounds. My bad. Cure Wounds on myself because I'm missing some hit points here.
Okay. As you guys stand, yeah, go ahead. Just make sure you mark the spell slot. As you guys all stand there, Yorn, as you form this circle with your shield out in front, you say a quick prayer, and the light from your spear seems to travel down its haft into your hand, into your body, and you feel your the wound on your face. It's like bruised, and you may have even like cracked some cheekbones, but you feel that pain fade. Before readying your spear again.
I'm gonna continue like
all of you. Everybody roll initiative.
Oh God.
Okay. This is yikes.
I've taken fucking extensive notes this session.
Good. Strahd notes are a good thing. Take notes.
What can you see? What? There you go. Look at all this.
God damn, Garrick.
The list of fucking people we've met is insane. Like,
Yeah, that I hate to break it to you, that will not slow down. There are a lot of NPCs. It's a lot for me to keep track of, and it's a lot for you to keep track of, and I apologize. But also, most of them, almost all of them, are really cool.
I take it that this whole interaction between, I keep forgetting his name, the son of priest,
Doru.
took
Doru.
and
Dorovich, because that's how they name people in Barovia. Connections.
It's Donovich is his name.
I'm fucking stupid.
All right, does anybody have about 20?
Dirty 20.
15 to 20. Oh, dirty 20 you said?
Yeah.
15 to 20.
15.
All right, 10 to 15?
10.
5 to 10?
Yeah, 10.
7.
6.
I did not roll well. It's all right, Undar.
All right. As you guys begin to close this arc around him with your weapons raised, and Azir, you close the door. The priest man looking at you, and he suddenly you see Doru leap to the ceiling, and his fingers elongate into claws, and they sink into the ceiling above him. He starts making a mad dash, crawling along the ceiling over towards the door. And he reaches you, Azir. He's going to make two, basically like his feet seem to magically stick to the ceiling as he lets go with his hands, and so he's now upside down in front of you, and he makes 2 attacks at you with his clawed hands. That is a 13.
That does not hit.
30, 20.
That definitely hits.
All right.
Uh-oh.
It's really not terrible.
I'm a rogue.
And that will deal 11 slashing damage.
As I just thunk.
Are you down?
I'm down. I have, technically speaking, I have 10 hit points. That's what how many I have, and you did 11 damage.
Hey,
You do the math.
One hit.
Slashes at you, and then he drops to the floor, throwing the door open. However, he's pretty much out of movement. You guys are gonna have to, do whatever you want. Gorwell, you're up.
So I was casting Identify as a ritual.
There is a curse on him. Curse of vampirism. He's a vampire dude.
What's a vampire?
Oh, wait,
What? What? No
What?
way. Didn't see
Dude,
that
okay,
coming.
okay.
Mom,
There's
fucking
vampires
well,
in Curse of Strahd?
He's
okay,
a
now with this new
vampire?
information,
Question mark.
without letting the cards drop from the rotation of holding them up in the air, I'm going to just stand up. My eyes light up with like a nice little fiery blaze, and I'm going to turn to him, and I'm just going to. The cards are going to, like, the circle is going to start spinning faster, and get into, like, make a little 4-inch diameter circle as they light on fire, and this little fiery chromatic orb just shoots up at this.
All right. Roll the hit.
Spawn.
When in doubt, set him on fire.
Fire.
I don't think it hits. That's gonna be an 8.
As you as the cards start spinning faster and faster and faster, they seem to feed kinetic energy into this orb that formulates and then streaks across the room. setting off like a small grenade above Dorgu's head. He turns his head towards you and he says,
Oh shit! Am I
Bjorn.
gonna get fed on? Oh no!
All right, I'm going to cast the cantrip Sacred Flame at him. He needs to make a Dexterity saving throw.
Dex save? 19.
Yep. Oh boy, yeah, that does it. And then, do I heal? Yeah, I'll heal Azir. I'm gonna use my other. I'm gonna move to Azir, bend down, and use Cure Wounds on him.
What's your movement, Bjorn?
25.
You can just make it to the bottom of the stairs, but you can't get up the stairs where Azir is.
Okay.
No. I'm fucked.
Okay, then as my bonus.
Oh, wait, no. I was looking at the wrong corner of the room. You could totally make it. I was like, but he could make it? His speed's not that? Yeah, that was my bad. I was looking at the wrong corner of the room. You can make it up to him.
Okay, yeah, then I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on him.
All right, Azir,
My hand.
as the light faded from your eyes as you were suddenly slashed across the chest, these vampiric claws tearing your armor asunder. The first thing you see is your elder brother Yorn above you with his hand on your chest as you you feel life return to your body.
You get back 8 hit points.
Let's go. To a away from Max.
Sigmunder. As a note, Yorn, the vampire spawn is standing like right in front of you now, though. You're right up in his face.
That's awesome.
Is that stairwell really crowded?
Yeah, it's only about 5 feet wide.
Wait, did I use all of my movement?
No, you've got 10 feet left.
Can I position myself in front of the dude so he can't get through the next door? He has to go through me.
Yes.
Okay,
You
I'm gonna
could
do that.
So after you kneel down and heal your brother, you stand back up and you sort of use your shield, keeping it between you and him as and you force your way around to the other side of the stairwell, keeping him from leaving. And I will feed. Sigmund.
I'm going to, after seeing my brother get hit very hurtfully, I'm going to rage and go to attack the vampire.
As you bring out your large curved sword, you channel the power of your god to and you guys see his well, you're not really looking at closely, but if you were, you would see his pupils get really, or his irises get really, really tight, and his pupils shrink down as he gets hyper intently focused. And at this point, as far as Sigmunder is concerned, it's him, this vampire, and his sword, and nothing else matters. As you make your way up the stairs to go smite this guy back to whence it came.
Can I reach him?
Yeah, go ahead and roll the hit. You get up.
That's 24.
That hits.
And that's 14 slashing damage. Oh no, 17. My bad.
All right.
That max?
Yeah. No.
You bring your sword up to bear and you raise. As your sword makes contact with the side of his face, you can tell due to the supernatural nature of this man, as it hits, like this is a swing hard enough to cleave straight through the head of any normal man, but and your blade actually stops, so almost like striking rock. And right, that's your turn. Azir.
Well, so I'm prone right now, right?
Correct.
And it takes half my movement to become unprone.
Correct.
So I'm going to use that half of my movement to become unprone. But then I'm going to gather
Stand up straight.
myself and have my dagger in my offhand, my short sword in my good hand, and whisper to myself, "The Lord of Light has given me strength," and I lunge to stab at our vampire friend with
right.
both my short sword, and then follow up with the dagger afterwards.
Stand up and ready yourself, and you swing your sword down into reverse grip to accommodate for the smaller amount of room. You bring yourself to bear against this vampire creature. Go ahead and make 2 attacks.
Cool. The attack with the short sword, that's a 9 to hit.
That misses.
And then the other one is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
That's the dagger. And then I use...
So yeah, you will not add your dexterity to the damage for this one.
Yeah. But do I do the sneak attack on this one?
Yes, you will still get sneak attack.
Yeah, sneak attack.
Sneak attack. Rage and sneak attack.
As I slash him with 5, a total of 5 damage.
All right. As you bring your sword around, he catches your movement, causes him to catch your notice, and he turns, and as you bring your sword up to slash at his neck, he simply catches it, and the blade stops in his hand, not even breaking his skin. However, he used that opportunity to flip your knife around to a forward grip, and you bring it up into his armpit area where he cut your blade, and it...
And the other half of my movement, since I can pass through the space of creatures that are larger than me, I'm going to go up the stairs even farther so that when he eventually tries to make it past Bjorn, he's going to have to get past me.
He'll get an opportunity attack if you move out of his melee range.
Oh, wait. Does it?
You already used your bonus action, and you don't have disengage as a bonus action as a rogue ability yet.
Oh, shit. Yeah, cunning action is... And that's a bonus action anyway.
And it's a second level ability.
Mm-hmm. Then I will stay put where it's safe.
Yep, good call. With that, Undiar, finally. Being your more peaceful nature that you've acquired over the years, it seems that you're a little slow on the draw, as you always try to solve things peacefully. However, that means when combat does break out, you're not always the quickest to react.
I like to think that because the reason everybody goes first is because I'm sitting there going, guys, can't we talk this out?
We can talk this out
Fine.
reasonably. However, swords have been drawn and fangs have been bared, so at this point, it's do or die. And Bjorn, you realize this, hefting your cudgel-like weapon.
First, I'm gonna look over at the chain and the shackle on the wall, and see how long that chain is.
It appears to it wasn't on the wall. It wrapped around one of these pillars, but it seemed just long enough to do that. It's maybe 3 feet long.
Do you know if I could yank it free in a relatively quick fashion?
It's not attached to the wall. Basically, like, his hands were right here, and then if this was the pillar, the chain went like from one side to the other, and he was right here. So that's how it kept him restrained.
So it's like, is it tied around, or has it like hit the floor since he burst out of it?
It's on the floor now. He just broke out.
So is like half the length of 3 feet, or did he?
It's 3 feet long.
Okay, 3 feet long. Okay, is that what we're settling on?
Yes, it is a 3 foot chain.
I think he meant 3 feet, and then when he burst out of it, he broke it. So like it would be shorter.
He broke it like around the wrist area, so there wasn't a whole lot of.
I'm gonna pick up the chain, and I'm gonna run at him, and I'm gonna see if I can like like do some
Restrain
restraining a little bit
him.
here.
Yeah, you pick up the chain and you run up to him. I'm gonna have you make a grapple check. So athletics or acrobatics.
Ooh, 25.
Or no, I just sorry.
What?
He rolls probably less than that. One sec. Yeah, he rolled a 14. So you run up and you push your brothers aside. He's
I got him. And I'm gonna use the rest of my movement.
Oh no.
I don't know if he has to pee or his headphones died.
Probably both.
Fair. Guys, I don't know if we'll get out of this alive. I don't like the sound of this guy right now. I don't feel like we level 1s can take it.
I literally dropped down in the first round.
I was gonna heal you actually, was my plan.
I can't heal anymore, so
I got 5 hit points.
I don't think the only way we can cure vampirism is with death.
Okay.
You know, it would have done a lot better if my chromatic orb hit. Like, I feel like that could have done us all really well.
Would have helped, but who needs it?
I mean, that's 3d8 fire damage.
You have cantrips.
The only thing I got is Flame Bolt, Garrick.
Flame, there you go.
Flame bolt? You mean
Firebolt.
firebolt? Yeah,
Flame
use
bolt.
That
firebolt.
sounded wrong to me, and I was like,
You guys get the idea. It's a bolt of fire.
are you a fucking pyromancer or something? You got a lot of fire spells.
Chromatic orb is not necessarily a fire spell.
But you made it
just a
But,
bolt
but
of
like, the only proper spell is fireball. Only fireball.
You did Burning Hands, a fire chromatic orb, and you have Firebolt as your only damaging cantrip. It just seems like a weird that the 3 spells you've used. I was just asking, like, is it like, do you do it?
I'm sorry, wizards. When wizards get damaging spells, a good majority of them are fire based. Yes, I know there's like chill touch and like poison spray, but like,
yeah.
But everything's like immune to
Fire.
poison, so don't take poison spray.
exactly.
Fuck, we're immune, or we have resistance to poison.
Yeah, like, well, I don't have resistance, but I have advantage on
Ooh, you're trash.
saving throws and stuff.
I have advantage on a lot of things, so being a Durgar.
Tom,
Can you also enlarge and reduce or enlarge yourself, or
I
is
think
that
it's
a
at
later
3rd and
level?
5th level.
That's a
you
level
get those.
3, and then level 5 I get invisibility.
Tom, are you confident that you can mess this dude up?
we'll see how this goes. Are you at the top of the stairs right now, restraining him?
I'm in like the middle of the stairs. I can drag him
You
to
might
the
get
top.
Spartan kicked down the stairs.
I'll take it. I was gonna pull him off the stairs. Do you not want me to do that?
Oh no, you do you. Whatever you do, I'll adapt off of that. I want to get him on the ground so he's easier to hit.
I kind of think our rogue with sneak attack is going to be like our best bet in winning this.
I think
He did 5 damage with his offhand attack thing.
I think War Cleric right now is our best damaging ability. If he lands both of his hits.
Mm-hmm.
That's
It's all a matter of.
But hey, rogue with
I think,
sneak attack or 2 hits is either way. Let's party.
Like I get a sneak attack. I get to attack twice per round. I'm excited for 3rd level when I finally get spells and an arcane trickster because I've like, it's gonna be great. You guys just
I can't wait for 2nd level because then I can get the 2d20 that could have been nice if.
Wait,
Actually,
do you get
but
2?
what
I thought you only got 1.
I would love the
it's-
most if we had Nathaniel here. I miss him.
Nah, me
At
too.
level 14, I get.
Guys, I
3rd
don't
one.
know about you, but I am digging Curse of Strahd so far. Every bit of it, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's fight vampires. I mean, what? What are vampires? Never heard of them.
Never
Vampire,
heard of those
I barely know
faggots
her.
before.
Some, bruh.
Sombra. Am I right, guys? Am I right?
When did Sombra become a thing?
Literally the game.
What?
just
Yeah,
lets do this.
you know, Abe. Yeah, you know, you were there.
Hey, Ave.
Wait,
how
I
about
was there?
Sombra? Am I right?
Some, bruh.
Bruh.
Bruh, bruh.
Right, Abe?
Bruh.
Hey, Gerald, you know all about the sound, bro.
You love Overwatch,
know,
right,
bro.
Gerald?
I love Overwatch, bro.
I hate all of you.
It slaps. I'm so great at it too.
I know he's the best. At least
Better than
Avery.
Tom.
I wouldn't go that far. Better than Avery though. But that's
No,
not
you're better than
hard.
Tom. Tom's bad.
Tom's
That's
fat
not true,
bad.
Tom. You're so good, Tom.
Thank you.
At least better than Rick. Fuck that guy. Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Y'all,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes, God.
Yeah.
Good. Terrible.
Are you
headphone
there,
problems.
God? It's me. Rick.
Margaret?
No, Rick.
Okay. Undyar, it was your turn. You grappled him.
Arr, I got him with a chain. I'm a yank. I believe, going by the measurements that Tom's character had, Yorn had, I have 10 feet remaining.
Yes.
Can I yank him 5 feet down the stairs?
Yeah, you could.
Because grappling, you can move, but you have to spend double your movement to move a person. So I'm just gonna be like pulling him back, like, and then I'm just gonna be screaming celestial incantations into the back of his ear, just like,
All right.
just like, Paylor will cast out the darkness from you, boy, and he's like, bah. It's gonna be great.
He struggles against you. It's rough. But he's a very strong individual, much stronger than his decrepit body would appear to be. But you do yank him down the stairs. However, as he's fighting against struggling, he finally turns around and he attacks against you.
I'm holding him like as close to me as I possibly can, and then he turns around and I'm like, oh no.
The first attack is a natural 1.
Oh, yeah.
However, the second attack is an 18.
Ah, bastard. Yeah, it hits.
As he's struggling, he finally gives up trying to swing on you, and he
Oh no.
goes to bite at you, and you feel his clamps his teeth. You feel them sink into your neck area.
Oh boy.
And
First session, boys.
What?
Getting ourselves a vampire.
What?
Rick, just as a question, how many hit points do you have?
13.
Oh, okay. This is not nearly as bad as it could be then.
I'm the only one with healing abilities in the party, though, so there you go, guys.
Not true.
The only
You
one
have a cleric.
left.
The only one left with healing abilities.
I used mine already.
So you take 4 piercing damage and
Hesitant for this.
6 necrotic damage, and your hit point maximum is reduced by that 6.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's 10 total. First by
And
6. That's
as
7
This
max.
level 1 shit hurts.
yeah, you guys are also fighting a vampire spawn, which level 1 people traditionally do not fight.
Uh-oh.
Man, we're already in this deep.
We gotta
And
finish.
you see as his teeth sinks in to your throat, and the wounds that he has sustained
Fuck.
Son of a.
close.
Bitch.
And he
Alright.
lets go, and he's so hungry, so long. Orwell, you're up.
Well,
Kill him.
with my
Kill him.
okay, I can't. Okay,
Fireball.
Fireball.
my cards
Tower
are still
will kill.
spinning really. My like, so there's like 6 cards just spinning in close vicinity really fast. I'm going to draw one of my cards spinning and throw it like Gambit through the center, and it's going to spark. It's
Orwell is just a Yu-Gi-Oh character.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it. I was like, my spell book is going
the card
thing on my arm. I'm going to throw it like Gambit through the center, and it's going to ignite and spark into a flame bolt as it's going to hurl towards this Empiric Spawn.
All right, roll a hit. The cantrip firebolt.
Yes.
Yes. That is going to be a 21.
That hits. Roll damage.
Yay! A D10
Burn
coming
at
at
the
you.
stake.
Where are my D10s? I never use these. Fuck it. A percentile die works good enough for me. That's going to be 3. Do I add my intelligence to this? I'm sorry. I'm bad
No, you
with.
do not.
Okay, well that's 3 fire
Spells
damage.
do not add, unless you have a specific class ability saying it does. Spells
Okay.
will never add your spellcasting bonus.
Gotcha.
As
So
you-
3 fire damage.
The card catches in flames and you notice that the magical flame seems to do significantly more damage than the mundane weapons were. As it burns away some of the flesh on the side of his face. Yorn, you're up. Sorry, Yorn, you're up.
He's facing away from me right now, so I am going to take 2 stabs at his the back of his head. See how that goes.
Oh,
Kill him.
Okay.
Kill him.
22
that hits.
and
Come on.
17.
Hits.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
7 damage on the first one, and
All
9
right.
damage on the second one.
All right, you, and as you you thrust your long-bladed spear at him, and it cuts the back of his head before you bring it around, and it's more of a slashing motion. You slice it across his back, and he. And with that, Sigmundur. Sorry, is that your turn, Bjorn?
Yep, that's all.
Sigmundur.
Attack.
All right, go ahead. Roll the hit.
Oh, I would like to.
17.
Yeah, that hits. You bring your large sword to bear, and it's relatively easy to do because his arms are pinned to his side as he's being dragged around by Undiar. You rake the sword across the back of his flesh.
Now that's max damage. 14.
Nice.
14 is max damage?
Mm-hmm.
He.
Look, wait. 6 plus 6, that's 12 plus 4, 16, 18.
Plus
My
2.
turn.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
So how much damage did you do?
18 slashing damage.
All right. He. Azure, you're up.
Cool. I'm gonna sort of whisper to myself, "Oh, Bjorn, please don't step on me. Please don't step on me." As I go and slide under his legs because I'm a halfling, so I can move through the space of creatures that are larger than me. And as I slide between his legs on my belly, I'm gonna flip up, and hopefully I'm landed sort of underneath what's his nuts, and I'm gonna stab upward with my short sword and then slash at his calf.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Cut his nuts.
You run towards Yorn, and you slide across the ground on your back, bringing both weapons to bear. And as the friction between you and the floor brings you to a stop, as you're sliding down a staircase, it's not the most comfortable experience in the world.
Ouch.
You sort of, but you bring both your weapons to bear, one to the side and one straight upward, to try to dig into him. Go ahead and roll to attack for both of those.
Okay, the short sword, that's an 18.
That hits. You'll get sneak attack.
Awesome. But the dagger, that's only that's only 9.
All right. Also, I looked it up earlier. I goofed the first time we had you do it. You do add your proficiency and ability to the attack roll. It's just the damage that takes.
Oh, then that's an 11. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Still misses, but just know that going forward. I goofed
Awesome.
earlier. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I love you
So
anyway.
as you slide down, and the bumpiness of going downstairs seems to you didn't take that into account when you planned this awesome move in your head. However, you do still upward thrust, and the blade bites into his inner groin, and he
I'll regret that later.
roll damage. Sneak attack.
All right, that's 11 damage of the stabby stab variety in the
All right.
genital area.
Once again, you really have to struggle to force your blade to get through his supernaturally tough skin, but and then you slide out. Where you ready yourself at your feet again, prepared for what may lay ahead. Undar, you're up. Undar.
Sorry, I was looking at shoving rules. Yeah, I don't know if this is it, Chief.
As a note,
Yeah.
stairs, you are you're about 10 feet up off the ground vertically.
What?
If that's
Why?
because you're on stairs.
Oh, I thought I was like floating or something. I was like, why? I'm gonna, because I was backing him down the stairs, so I'm gonna spin this boy around and just whoo down the stairs.
All right.
Or attempt to.
Um,
The target must